tracks of your body. I'd give anything that I have for just another one of your nights. You can have it all in a life, just a minute more of your time. Just a minute more of your time. It's not leaking, I just crash over. Cause you crashed it like a tsunami. Woke up missing, so hungover. So like pain and stress in your body. I'd give anything, oh anything, oh anything, for just a minute more of your time. 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 I cannot see the path I'm following. Where is it leading? Am I alone in this or guided by a higher reason? I was lost in the darkest ocean, wanting someone to know my longing under this way. I breathe it The horizon pulls me closer, a whisper in the wind. The map is blank before me. Where do I begin? No fear of what's uncertain. The unknown feels like home. With every step I'm finding a place I've never known. Let's go where no one has ever been. A world unseen beneath our skin. Through endless skies, we'll break the chain. Uncharted lands will claim them all. Rise like tides and let it fall. Just endless sea. Come drift with me. Come drift with me. Through endless skies, we'll break the chain. Uncharted lands will claim them all. Rise like tides and let it fall. Just endless seas. Come drift with me. Come drift with me. Oh, come drift with me. And come drift with me. And come drift with me. And come drift with me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Veeam Weekend's Esports Cup of 2026 featuring League of Legends. My name is Dia, and I am joined by Rudude. Rudude, we are in for a full weekend of League of Legends as teams from across Veeam will compete to see who is the best among them and who has gone on tilt the most or least since last time.
Yeah, obviously this is a very sought after competition in the company. Definitely a lot of intrigue and a lot of competition amongst not just League of Legends, multiple different esports. So it's good to see that they get to show off a lot of different skills. And obviously here for League of Legends, we're going to be guiding you through it. 6 teams will take place over this next weekend to try and be the best of the tournament.
A good time to root for your coworkers and or talk some smack in the chat. I wanna
We're going to
see
encourage that. Yeah.
exactly, yeah, what kind of beef we can start today. Work appropriately, of course. Now, it is worth mentioning that there are a lot of people playing in this weekend's tournament, and as such, you won't be seeing all of them on this stream. We've got two streams going on through this weekend. We over here, if you've happened to tune in with Rudin and I, are on the B stream. We've got our schedule of teams that'll be showcased on the B stream with us today, as well as those on the A stream. You can find A stream on the left there, and I'm sure that our admins in chat will be happy to link you over there if you are looking to watch Potato Squad, Urgot, Team Play, and the rest. However, as we look at Stream B, you and I, Rudude, are going to be looking
hmm
at Tilt as a Service, DDD, and Panic Flash as our teams to track throughout the day.
Yeah, some good names across both of these. My personal favorite, the Panic Flash, definitely
Mm-hmm.
an element of surprise there. I remember my first, literally, this would be 10 plus years ago, my first games of League of Legends. I was Panic Flashing absolutely everywhere in bot games versus Annie Mid, who was threateningly walking at me, not even with stun prepped. But yeah, Panic Flash definitely resonates a lot with me.
I'm really looking forward to it. I will say, knowing that we are likely to get a lot of these teams moving into the quarters and semis that will go on tomorrow, it'll be a it'll be a weekend where we also grow accustomed to player roles because
Mm,
a lot of these players have been thrown together on teams or have played together before, but off role from what they regularly play in solo queue in order to mesh with the team today. We've got a lot of pocket picks that can come out of nowhere, catch people off guard. And for that reason, it may be worth noting that some of these teams have changed surprisingly few players or acquired surprisingly few players since the last time that the Veeam Cup was run. And notably, one of the teams that we're going to be looking at in Group B is DDD, who got second the last time that we were at the Veeam Cup and have changed out only one player since then. So I'm looking
yeah.
forward to especially their performance today, Rudy.
Yeah, me too. The data defenders of Demacia, definitely one of the teams to watch. Excited to see what they will be able to do, and they are going to be featuring in our first match here. As you can see, they're up against Tilt as a service, so a definitely heavy hitter matchup to start us off. As we've got the rosters on your screens as well, some lovely player portraits as well to get us looking through this first game of the day.
A lot of personality in these. Demon Chinchilla, of course, standing out as an especially threatening, not just name, but portrait. As whenever you see a man with an axe, you do have to take a second before thinking about challing that.
Absolutely, and that's a a lot of emphasis really on how
hmm
these two teams are going to be looking to play with one another. We have though got the draft that we can move into. So if we head on over to this game number one, draft tilt as a service on blue side, DDD over on red side. And we've got those bans already in, looking like some very heavy focus towards the mid lane here on the blue side.
I have to appreciate that you called out the bands before just looking straight at the Master Yi that was
I
first
knew where you'd
picked
go.
by Delta's a service. No way that we aren't talking about that. Really exciting champion, of course, to watch and can snowball the game incredibly hard. Not
hmm
sure who's going to be playing it for right now, but that's something we'll figure out once we get in game. On the other side of that, Nefiri and Tristana as an answer.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at Master Yi, and immediately what I want is to see heavy CC and lockdown be built up. Things like Lulu are really good versus Master Yi. Even things like Leona are even stronger because you can't alpha a Leona stun. It's just not
hmm
possible. But they are going, it seems like, full tilt here, and they are sticking on brand. The stereotypically tilt oriented champions are getting busted out here early doors. to maybe try and snowball this game. You were quite right with that analysis, dear, that they are looking to go heavy, go hard quite quickly, and even taking away that Lulu that we'd highlighted.
Yeah, they may be rebranding even. In a
Mm.
way, Snowball as a service does roll off the tongue quite well. Kind of has the same sort of software as a service look. So I don't know. Yeah, it's something to consider for their upcoming
For the
tournament. Maybe they're
future,
able to.
yeah.
Yeah, depending on how this game goes. If it doesn't go poorly, we'll stick with Tilt for right now. Interesting that they've stuck with this strategy so far. On the other side, I'm not seeing too much like hard, easy CC be picked up by DDD,
No.
even with the Vel'Koz lock-in?
Yeah, the immediate thoughts of hard CC equals good don't, my mind doesn't spring to Vel'Koz is where I'm looking. Now Tristana ult, definitely something that can work out. Obviously you have to bear in mind that it's a projectile, Master Yi can alpha over it, but even still, possibility to get him out of position is definitely something to keep our eyes on. And also in Neferi, if they start snowballing as well, very easily able to run over the game. But with the Vel'Koz locked in, I'm going to be looking at those angles. Formerly a bit of a Vel'Koz main myself, so definitely intrigued in how well we're seeing those Qs begin to land, whether or not we've got any of those juicy combos as we move into the mid to the late game.
Gwen and Mordekaiser bans by DDD do suggest that they're trying to set their top laner up for success. Don't know who that is going to be yet, but it's looking like it could be a bruiser actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, just because Gwen and Mordekaiser do tend to have easier times into some bruisers.
Yeah, that's possible. You're looking for maybe a Scion, a tank up in that top side as well.
Hmm.
With those bans being taken off the board, it's definitely nothing that we wouldn't expect from this position in the draft. They do need a little bit of frontline, and we mentioned the fact that they need CC. Even something like an Ornn would fit quite nicely here. Of course, with this being a inherent company competition, I'm not expecting the top end only the tier 1 picks to be played, and that's shown with a Vel'Koz support being revealed here with the Orianna in the mid lane.
Okay.
Expectation is that this Vel'Koz is going to roll down to that bot side, and they're going to look to try and punish this Draven's lack of range.
Okay, I mean, I like the idea. If you can get a really dominant bot lane going with Tristana Vel'Koz, you can shut down the snowball. We'll
Mm.
have to keep our eyes on how Master Yi plays around this as well, since you always can punish a bot lane that's overextending. Victor picked up in the mid lane should be able to deal with Orianna's wave clear rather well, and the Ornn that you talked about gets locked in a safe blind pick in the top side.
I mean, this is a really well-rounded composition here for Tilt as a service. They've got a couple of DPS backline threats. They've got a Lulu to buff them up, and then they've got this front line with the Ornn as well.
Hmm.
Definitely can work out quite nicely for this Tilt as a service composition. Obviously, our former runners-up in DDD are sort of throwing caution to the wind with their style of composition and are very geared towards skill checks is how I'm going to phrase it. Their composition is definitely going to struggle on its own, off of its own merits, but I do want to give them credit where it's due. Very high skill level champions, and the Poppy getting rounded in with no dashes other than the Ornn ulti on the enemy team. Not our go-to pick, but again, very much geared toward comfort, and the fact that they've now got some semblance of CC and the front line definitely bodes better than it did before they locked this champion in.
And I will say, I do think it's funny that we get 4 top lane bruiser bans so that we can lock in Poppy into Ornn. I think it's a very funny way that
And in
this
the mid
draft
lane,
has gone.
we've
A
got
lot
5 mid lane bans for Ori versus Victor. Like we really cooked that hard.
a lot of respect given to some individual laners. I will say that, and fair enough,
Yeah.
because there is a pretty high variance in in-game ranks throughout this as well,
Mhm.
because every team is made up of 5 completely players from completely different elos. We've got silvers on the same team as diamonds and emeralds, and we've even got masters players on Tilt as a service. So you
Yeah.
do have to respect the fact that there are going to be players who, with 4 or 5 champions, might be able to take over the entire game. I like the role focus, even if it does look a little funny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's what you get, right, with these kinds of tournaments. Lots of good fun and lots of targeting, really.
Hmm.
Making sure that you're taking out maybe the strongest member, or at least removing some of their high tier picks that they might look to seek for themselves. Definitely going to be an interesting game to start off. I think this is going to set the tone for today quite nicely. If we get a nice and close first game where we get lots of different people really pulling their weight, that's going to bode very nicely for the day. And if we end up with a situation where we get this complete stomp of one side versus another, that then puts favorites into the consideration, gives us a good way to start talking about them as we move a little bit later on. Obviously, with DDD being the runners up previously last time this came through, we can hope to see them do quite well. They've given themselves a very tricky composition here to begin with, I will say. I do think that they've got a lot of execution that they will need to live up to, given that they've got Vel'Koz in the support role. They're going to be playing up against a Draven, so definitely an option to keep that range at bay. But if that doesn't happen, if that doesn't succeed for them, trying to navigate a Vel'Koz from behind can be very, very difficult without any meaningful engage as well.
I thought it was so interesting as well. I mean, we barely talked about it during that draft because the Master Yi drew so much attention, but there
Mm.
was a first pick Nefiri here. Like it wasn't blind, I suppose, but it was a counter pick into the Yi. How do we think that Nefiri is working as part of this composition? Why might you pick that champ so early?
Hey, do you know what? I think it's comfort. I don't know that Neferi
Hmm.
is the go-to answer for Master Yi. The thing that I can consider and that will be good for the Neferi is he's got the dogs, and Master
Hmm.
Yi's Q bounces between targets. Those dogs will be targets, which might take away some damage from if it was an isolated target, it's getting hit by the Alpha Strike. So a possibility there that there's a little
Hmm.
bit of a counter in that sense. But you go invulnerable, but Master Yi can still just hit you. He just auto attacks. There's nothing that you can dodge from a Master Yi by going invulnerable. So
Hmm.
I'm definitely curious to see how that counter and that interaction ends up playing out. I think that in terms of jungle specifically, you're very heavily reliant on whether your laners can move for you and help you out in any skirmishes that are going on. And obviously, if that does end up happening, it's going to be the team that moves first that is likely going to be able to set their jungler up for success.
And I will say as well, we're combining perhaps not a whole lot of point and click CC, but enough of it to isolate one target. And a lot of this is
Mm.
going to come down to our AD's positioning as well, our support's positioning, how those squishier members are able to move themselves when they do need to get a little closer range than the control mages from our mid lane will need to do. When you have to step up that far and you have a Master Yi that can punish that and a Nefiri that can punish that, I could very easily see both sides of these junglers snowballing team fights.
I can as well. And what I want to do while we've got a little bit of time when we're loading through that spectate, I do want to call out that before the tournament, all players were asked to fill in a little sheet where they get
Hmm.
given their rating, their highest role, how we pronounce their names, their op.gg. The most important role of this for me was actually the about yourself section. And in
Yes.
particular, I want to call out one that we picked out just before this, Nefi from DDD, the Data Destroyers of Demacia. Their About Me section said, and I'm going to quote exclusively here: wins
Hmm.
go straight on my resume. When we lose, please contact our jungler. And then I went back and looked at their preferred roles. They are mid, AD carry, and support. They will never be at fault, never be at
Yeah.
blame. However, the first instance with which they find themselves finding success, straight on the resume. Boom.
Oh
We love
yeah,
to see it.
absolutely. I mean, I'd never give that up, not for the world. I think that we're gonna have a lot of entertainment from both of these teams as well.
Yeah.
We know that Tilt is a service for as much as they did not end up making the podium in the most recent Veeam Cup,
Mm.
have a lot of especially individual players and picks that tend towards that very same tilt that you talked about. We've got Yumi players, we've got Bard players, we have people that
Yeah.
know how to make you frustrated in the game of League of Legends and exactly where, especially with Bard players, where the enemy team would find it most inconvenient for you to be.
Yeah, very support style, very board oriented almost. I really
Hmm.
like the point that you called out there that Tilted as a service don't have a true AD carry main. I'm imagining that it's gonna be Gilly who's going down into that bot lane role. They had secondary as being a bot lane, so I imagine that that's the role that they will facilitate for today. Could be wrong, but we'll wait and see before we get into game how that ends up looking. But I do think that that bot lane when you're playing with a Draven is a very gutsy pick to take as not a bot
Hmm.
lane main. And we'll see if that ends up paying off, whether they pick up the champion very easily, or if we end up seeing some Draven that is definitely out of practice.
Yeah, I would really like to see some crazy bot lane focus in this game just because it's so entertaining when
Mm.
Draven is able to pop off. And honestly, with all likelihood, you pick Master Yi, you pick Draven, you run bot lane. If you lose the first two fights, the chances that you win third are actually still there. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's not out of the realm of possibility that these champions can pop off.
They're the types of champions where you just have to keep hitting your head against the brick wall, and either the
Mhm.
brick wall breaks and you run through it, or you lose the game. And
Mhm.
and those are the only two outcomes, right? Where you just
Mhm.
snowball so extremely easily once you get that first set off and underway. But if that's not the case, then obviously complete disaster, really, in that sense.
It very well could be waiting for us. I taking a look at these teams again. I'm excited to see where everyone goes. Of everyone that I'm seeing here, however, in terms of people who look locked in on League of Legends, Hacky clearly watches the esport. I will.
Hmm, hmm. The double faker
So
pictures in the back is giving it away a little bit.
yeah, yeah. So everybody keep your eyes on what Hacky's going to be doing. And to be
Mm.
honest, Greywind and Aqua Sound, definitely, they're giving me the vibes of people who are locked in. Look at the seriousness on those faces.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Aqua Sound, like clearly focused on
Hmm.
something.
Hmm.
Um, and then obviously, whatever that is, hey, they're there for the fun of it and making sure that they can get that stuff done.
Yeah.
I do want to call out maybe the best headshot that we've got with Knit and Lav. Maybe looking a little bit too juiced on the left hand side for
Mm.
DDD there. Um, Definitely some sort of background studio lighting going on that I'm a big fan of.
Hmm. I'm I'm seeing Neff's headshot,
Yep,
and I'm
immediately
just
next to it.
I'm literally just thinking this guy is planting tea mushrooms in my jungle. This
Yes.
that's the that's where I think we see his happy place. To be to be seen. Maybe that's not the way he likes to play, but that's what he's given me.
That's the presentation. That's the vibe that we get.
Hmm.
And I
Hmm.
apologize, Neff, if that's a criticism to you. Then I'll hold
Dress
my
for the
hands
job
up.
you want, It's yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Do you want the job of Teemo Shroom Placer inside enemy jungle? If yes, congratulations. It's been
mhm.
fulfilled.
Mhm.
And then
I can't
obviously,
decide. Tell me.
go on. No, I was going to say very terrifying picture for Pepic as well.
Mhm. Mhm. I can't
I
decide
like
if
the
Warnace
rolls.
has like a Halo sort of thing going on here, or if that's was Warnace the person that wants to play something on a second monitor. Might have
I'm
actually been.
reevaluating.
Who was that?
No,
Somebody in their
that was
about me
Greywind.
section. Okay.
So that's the very
Greywind looks so
serious.
locked in, bro.
Yeah, locked in on the other video game that's on the second monitor.
Mhm.
That's what they're locked in on. Which,
Mhm.
fair enough, honestly.
Mhm. I've never known anyone to be locked in and playing something on a second monitor while playing League of Legends. That's certainly never
Nobody has
happened.
ever done that once in their life, and why would they? League of Legends is a truly extraordinary game that requires full focus and full attention at all times.
Yeah.
I don't understand why you're laughing. I don't
No,
get this.
I don't. I don't either. I am hoping that we actually get a Yumi game out of Greywind just so that
Hmm.
we can uh take note of when they might be tasking elsewhere. We do have to talk about a little bit about sections as well. We do have quite a few players that have listed this tournament as being the reason that they are playing League of Legends in the first place. A lot of folks, used to play League of Legends,
Yeah,
took a break from it when they started working at Veeam, and whenever this tournament comes around, go, all right, I'm gonna practice. I mean, it's like all those spy movies where
yeah.
somebody's like, please, we need you, and they're like, one more mission. That's the equivalent to this tournament.
No, that's exactly it. It's the you have to return. Why? Because we need you. And that's the
Hmm.
only reason that they're back. Like you say, a couple of people have quote unquote retired that have been pulled back in. It's like, hey, have you ever played League of Legends before? You don't want to ask me about my League of Legends days.
Hmm.
Those were dark times, and then they get pulled, swooped back in, and
Hmm.
absolutely mandated that they play for the tournament, which is all in good spirit, and honestly a necessity for the corporate
Hmm.
games. I'm not sure where our game is. We will hopefully be loading in pretty soon. We've had the typical 3 delay. Um, and we should be getting into the game hopefully within about a minute or so, and then we'll be able to get underway with this first one. Obviously, DDD doing pretty well in the previous tournament, coming up as runners-up, up against
Mhm.
Tilted as a Service, who have locked in a couple of tilt-oriented focus champions in the Master Yi, in the Draven, and then a Lulu as well. For me personally, one of the most tilting champions to try and play up against, I will say. Just that polymorph being a little bit too obnoxious.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when we're gonna be seeing who snowballs their way through today in Group B as well, that does tend to happen where one team gets a little bit of momentum and can just crash through. It'll be round 2 where we see that broken. As a reminder, these first 3 games are all best of ones, so really
Mm,
anything can happen. But it is worth noting that on the other side of the bracket, Rule 34 Urgot are the
mm.
team to watch. They were our top placing team last time we ran this tournament, and though they have swapped out a few players, uh, I would say that tournament experience means a lot, especially at this level. Knowing how it is that you got to the top, knowing the way that other players who have succeeded previously like to play, how they'll try and challenge you, can actually be really useful. It's not just the previous tournament that Rule 34 Urgot won; they won the one before that as well. So a double win streak for them really does mean that as you're watching today's B stream, keep in mind that we've got over on the A stream some challengers for the top position.
Yeah, and some people that we are very or considering could potentially be those favorites. Looking across as well, they are the only team that had all 5 members fill in their About You section, and those are some pretty good reading as well. I won't spoil it. Hopefully, the guys over on A stream can cover a little bit about the players as well. And if we're lucky enough to be able to cover some of the games on later tomorrow, we'll be able to definitely showcase those as well. A reminder, a little bit of a breakdown for how today is going to look. We've got 3 best of ones, so it's 3 teams in a single round robin, and then there will be a semi-final, a quarter-final, played after that between the top 2 teams of the group. So you really just want to get 1 win on the board. That pretty much secures you a position in that quarterfinal come the end of the afternoon, and then you get to play that best of 3 series and see if you can make it all the way to semis. I'm not quite sure of the rules regarding tiebreakers, if we've got that 3-way tie where one team beats the other and you get this triangle of each team beating one another, but we'll work that out and we'll have better clarification for you with absolutely no stress whatsoever. And for these teams that are starting out, that first win definitely going to be pretty important to get.
Mm-hmm. It it is going to be an exciting thing to look out for. Of course, like we said, the teams that snowball, those first drafts that we saw coming out of Tilt as a Service, and depending on how that goes, maybe we could do some tiebreakers via, like, I don't know, speed typing emails or something. We all work together, so why not take it out of League of Legends for a little while?
Yeah,
See what goes on.
they have like spreadsheet championships, which are absolutely crazy to me. Like
Yeah.
people will go and compete in competitive XL, and I wonder if that's something that would maybe lend itself to one team better than the other. But we should be looking at ulterior ways of playing out these tiebreakers that doesn't revolve around Mundo Dodgeball.
You know what I unironically watched this weekend, dude?
Oh, what's that?
I unironically watched a whoa, we're in the game.
Oh, hello. We're well into the game as well.
So this is going to be much more exciting than the what is
What
it?
you
Like
actually
the
watched.
architectural software esports tournament.
Okay. Wait, that's what you watched?
Yeah, that was what I watched. It was crazy.
Architectural software. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
they have
gonna come back
speed
to that
build a
later.
thing. Yeah, we'll
I'm
do
gonna
it later.
come back
We'll do
to
it
that
later.
because we've got a game. We've got junglers going topside. I'm looking at Demon Chinchilla on the minimap, looking to gank and all. That's never going to work. And there is a ward down nicely from Haki, which should give a good amount of leeway there. Now, importantly, for Tilt as a Service, Haki is their highest ranked player. Currently sat just inside Master, but previously a Grandmaster 649 LP. And one of the players that we're definitely looking to be the carry. You can see with the Ignite on the Ornn in the top side, they're hoping to manifest that themselves as well. But obviously they're playing Ornn, so they're not going to have the most crazy carry agency in the game.
A little bit of flame for our players here. From me. This is not Rudu's not legally responsible for this. Why are we playing with streamer mode in the tournament? guys? Why are we doing that?
That's making our lives significantly more difficult, actually, Orianna and Tristana.
Mhm.
We can have a word. We'll put something in the notes. Hopefully, we can get
It
that
could be
sorted.
anyone.
For,
It could
it
be
could
Faker.
be anyone. It could be Faker in our game. This is
Yeah.
not wrong. Odds are,
Yeah.
hey guys, I'm just gonna be honest. It is Faker.
Yeah.
Because you know that guy's not very busy. Oh,
Yeah.
death in the mid lane.
And with an assist from Aquasound as well. The first gank from Master Yi at level 5. Without access to ult, without access to much, works out pretty darn well.
Yeah, I mean, double flashes burned, it looks like, from both Aquasound and Pepic, which obviously is going to be a little bit costly for a Victor for the next few minutes. Where he's got to be a little bit more safe, a little bit more reserved in their positioning. Obviously, with the Orianna now dinging level 6 as well, does mean that that Shockwave is going to be very, very intimidating, especially if we do see Demon Chinchilla make their way into that mid lane and try and get some revenge for that gank.
It's appear that off the back of the mid lane gank, though, Demon Chinchilla is locked in. Like, you see that Master E was just mid lane. You know that your Orianna's teleporting back. The fact that they even go for Dragon here at all is honestly impressive.
Yeah, and I will say as well, it's good to see that we're getting a good amount of priority out of this bot lane for DDD. They've got the Tristana and the Vel'Koz with a slight CS lead. Have already forced the Draven to go back to base. As up on that top side, that's the carry we wanted.
My bad.
Getting one of the kills up there.
I didn't even realize this. Hacky started the game with Ignite.
Yeah, I said this.
No, listen, I know you said it, but I was looking at the streamer mode thing and I was like, you know what? We're just doing a regular check. It's fine. I don't need to think about this too much because of course he took teleport. You pointed it out. I'm wrong.
We knew that this was going to happen, and it's good from Hacky that he's able to put good use to the Ignite as well. It's one thing to take Ignite, it's another thing to be able to actually use it. With a decent CS lead up there, and actually with Yeti opting into the Tunneler, this is suggesting that Divine Sunderer may be coming through as Aquasound bursting into the mid lane.
Level 6 on the E. Does get hit with the Shockwave and a second tower shot, so will leave the Ori at just about 100 HP. Effective gank. Could have been a little more, but
Does burn the ulti of the Orianna again, going to give Epic a good opportunity to take these trades.
That's tough. Aquasound's just dead. Not much you can do about that, to be honest. And Demon Chinchilla still has ult available if they want to transition this into a mid lane gank onto Pepic.
Just dinged level 6 off of that kill. He's going to be able to secure that crab down on the bot side. I think that's probably about it in terms of advantages they will be able to garner. But looking at this mid lane as well, obviously the first blood going down there. It's Orianna struggling. Pepic getting that first kill. Still finds themselves struggling in that CS department. With the Sork Shoes and the Lost Chapter, though, we're pretty much at that nice little early game stability state. For all of these mages, you've got the ability to get out of dodge with that movement speed. You've got a nice little bit of mana regen as well. So in terms of making it into that late game, mid game stage, we're all good.
Both junglers did show up towards the bottom side of the map. Aquasound returning to the farming game for Yi. Going to be a pretty normal thing over there as our mid laners do tussle in the top side river a little while. Pepic actually getting the better end of this trade, but expending the ult in order to do so. Zoning Ori out of the mid lane so that he can clear out the wave and get a little bit of priority, which actually is going to be really useful, of course, especially as you mentioned with Sork Shoes online. Pepic could start looking for roams.
Yeah, let's look at the map as well here. It looks like the grubs have been started. There's an ulti coming down.
Another ult popped by Aquasound. Really wants to find this kill, but doesn't want to commit too hard for Demon Chinchilla, especially with the grubs right there. That's the real focus, as Hacky seems totally comfortable taking the 1v2 on their own.
Yeah, and I mean, this Ornn currently, with so much HP and so little damage across the rest of the squad, probably Thanos, to be honest with you. Not really in too much danger at the moment. We'll be able to secure a couple of grubs then for Aquasound and the rest of Tilt as a Service, who so far find themselves pretty much net neutral across the board. But I do think there's a big CS lead and a big sort of gold lead cropping from this bot lane. Does seem very much like we could be in for a top side versus bot side situation here, as this Tristana consistently getting the Waves crashed under the turret, just 7 CS before that cull cashes in. Whereas on the top side, we know that things aren't going too great for Yeti up here.
Get him. Get him. Nothing more satisfying than proccing that. But this time Hacky is going to be trying to back away. Expended the ult a little while ago, so doesn't have the extra dash, but as you mentioned, does have an insane amount of HP.
That's that's a good enough amount. I'm just gonna say you've got enough HP there to do a good amount of work. And with that, able to just walk away, take the majority of the damage, and no real problems outside of that. One more CS before we see Tristana feel really good about how their game's going. 4 plates down on this bot side as well. This is a very, very good position for the bot lane of DDD to find themselves in. They're going to be able to go back to base, pick up that Yuntal, and without too much problem either, you'd like to think. As I say that, cancels recall, walks into the river, which is completely warded here by Profor. So they know exactly what's going on.
Might be trying to set up a cheeky kill. But honestly, Rosalie, I'm sure, would like to fight on Draven before Tristana backs with the popped cull as well. It's the best chance that Rosalie has to pick up a kill and catch back up in the gold department.
Yeah, it looks like an immediate start on that dragon, though. Spawned and immediately started being taken. Demon Chinchilla combining with Orianna and Tristana. Pretty much on site, trying to take this down. And that's what you get with the bot lane priority here. And they're more than easily able to walk their way in, secure that dragon.
Nice.
And then able to walk themselves out without any contest.
And up top side, Haki's got Yeti low, but Haki doesn't quite have the mana to just straight up kill a Poppy, so he's going to have to back away. Popped the Ignite a little while ago to try and get a little bit of extra pressure, and that is something that this Ornn has had, to his credit, in the lane. Haki has never once had the wave crashing against his tower.
Yep, still 5 for 5 plates up on that top side, so Haki doing very nicely in that department. Not really going to struggle all that much. But again, as we move through the rest of this game, I am worried for DDD. I will say it's going to be very reliant on how well their bot lane can perform, how well these shockwaves do hit. Because the idea of just an Ornn being in the front line is going to make their life so much more difficult. Those pipes already picked up for Haki here, definitely putting him in a good position as well as Demon Chinchilla looking mid.
That pick should be safe. Does have flash, although gets caught by the shockwave. Demon Chinchilla combines with their mid laner to find a kill out of seemingly nowhere.
Yeah, really good timing on the ulti and well played as well from Orianna. Puts the ball just slightly behind Pepic to begin with. And then when the flash comes through, you can't flash out of the full range of that shockwave. So does end up getting caught out by that and putting yourself down in the dirt.
Being pulled back in by the shockwave is actually crazy because the Orianna Victor lane has been really calm so far. We haven't seen too much come out of just the lane in isolation. Whenever Aqua Sound shows up, that has changed, but to see the nice micro play out of Ori does bode super well for the data defenders of Demacia, because in a team fight, that's the ult that you're going to need to disrupt a whole lot of people. You got to get in the way of Aqua Sound. You want to disrupt Haki. You want to make sure that Victor isn't able to sit comfortably. The ball has to do so much in that heavy lifting.
Exactly. And I mean, if it can't, obviously the game becomes so much more difficult. But if it catches Master Yi, I think that's going to be the thing that we look for through this. Aqua Sound is going to have to be really, really clutch, really pivotal with their usage of the Alpha Strike. If they end up getting caught by Shockwave, that's pretty bad. If they don't, they can probably run through the entire DDD side. So keep your eyes out for that. Obviously, with the Profane Hydra already picked up for Demon Chinchilla, a lot of gold in their back pocket, you might be able to expect some good things coming through their way. As we say once again in the mid lane, looks like they have found another kill, this time onto Pepic again.
Yeah, it's so tough on this Victor, especially flashless after the last gank. It's turning into a situation that DDD are really able to abuse. Getting the Orianna assists is nice, but getting the Nefiri kills is even better, especially when Nefiri is so easily able to snowball the game. We saw some early ganks from Aqua Sound come into the mid lane, still sitting at 0-1. for a champion that can take over the game, you compare that to their counterpart, 3-0 right now, you got to be worried about Demon Chinchilla, who could even snowball further up towards the top side as Hacky does back away into the brush. Demon Chinchilla is here and is going to find him out.
Okay, well, I think 3 levels up, missing both Qs. Not the way to go about that. Aquasound is in the area, but I don't think they're going to look to try and take this 2 versus 2 with the strength, really, of Demon Chinchilla. Not having the ulti might be a little bit of a deterrent for DDD, but they are able to get back out to safety. Hubris picked up for Rosalie. I love this early pickup. We are going full aggression. No kills have been found thus far down on that bot side, and they did have to concede their turret as the pressure from a Vel'Koz and a Tristana definitely quite untenable through the early stages of the game. But up on that top side, looks like some good things had happened, and they're even going to try and push to try and take this turret down itself.
Yeah, that worked out really well. See what Hacky's able to do with this is right now, quick recall is going to be channeled, likely trying to keep Yeti in this lane, this uncomfortable lane, for as long as possible. But the pressure from topside has already been transitioned into a Rift Herald start. Warnace is in the area, and we could easily see Demon Chinchilla challenge this.
Yeah, TP comes in from Hacky. They know they're going to look for this. Rosalie making their way through as well. They're not yet connected with the team.
Ornalt does just find one. Demon Chinchilla decides to go in, but instant wild growth from Pro4 keeps their jungler alive. Aquasound gets bumped back by the Tristana and will explode to the... No! He stays alive through the bomb! And Rosalie ends up picking up a kill in the meantime. This team fight exploding as nobody, Hacky or not, is dying on the side of Tilt as a service. Hacky will find this last kill, plus 320 on the Ornn. And the Rift Herald might be where it started. Rift Herald seems to be the last one in the area standing.
Yeah, and that's a big win here for Tilt as a service. That's a 3-0 in the long run of things. They stopped the Herald as well, or they didn't end up losing out on it. But I think for me, the big winner there, Rosalie Ghostfire, comes out absolutely swinging. Takes a good trade early on onto the Tristana, which forces them out of the fight. Then ends up cashing in on the 300 on the 3 kills that Demon Chinchilla had. So there was a big shutdown there, plus all of the stacks from the CS early doors. I mean, I'm waiting to see what Rosalie goes back and buys, because I have to imagine they've got an insane amount of gold right now.
She's channeling her back at the moment. A bit of an awkward timing as Pro4 does seem to be the one to pay for that. Lack of pressure in the mid lane, but like you said, those items going to be very well worth it. BF Sword and Vamp Scepter picked up for Rosalie. Huge chunks of AD as Demon Chinchilla's throwing some of those out as well. Quick meditation from Aquasound will not save them. And it is another kill picked up by DDD. And now the Dragon available for them as well.
On the top side, though, Hacky able to find a quick kill back. That's probably going to result in the turret in the top lane for Tilt as a service, but nothing too much more, as Soul Point is going to be picked up here by the data defenders of Demacia, unless we see some absolute heroism here from Pepic over the wall. Not going to be the case. A good smite from Demon Chinchilla secures that. I respect the attempt on the Whirling Death from Rosalie Ghostfire as well. First turret or for the side of Tilt as a service is picked up in that top lane. And Rosalie there, that's very sad. The pet stealing away the crow, or the little crab there, not even getting to steal that one away.
That's messed up. Yeah, not every day you see that, but I don't want to say it's tilting, because to be honest, Tilt as a service are not in a terrible position. They're in fact in a good one. The comps are even. They've got fantastic scaling with Rosalie, with Aqua, and even with Pepic. Hacky is going to become surely unkillable later in the game. You've got a Lulu to pair with Master Yi as well. Things could be going a whole lot worse for Tilt as a service, but
yeah,
you lose the Scuttle Crab and a little piece of you dies inside.
It does indeed, especially when nobody was actually hitting it and you somehow still lose it. That is very, very true. I do think that this game is going to very heavily rely on Hacky here, as this Ornn 4-0-2, 6 out of 7 kill participation. And really seems to be where the majority of the good things for Tilt as a service are happening. Obviously, they were involved in the play around this Rift Herald, which gave them that initial boost, that initial amount of lead. They're finding solo kills frequently on to Yeti. I think if they can group up, then there's good chances. If they don't group, though, and they continue to try and play around on this side lane, Opportunity to find split push success, absolutely, but at what cost is then the question.
Another couple of minutes, and Haki's just going to be straight up unkillable. This bit of an awkward play. Let's see how this works out. Aquasound does charge straight into the turret, but has to flash away. Demon Chinchilla wants to capitalize on this, but Haki is here. Great Orin ult is going to interrupt, but a huge shockwave catches Pro4 and Rosalie flashing forward. Pepik wants to secure some kills, and Aquasound's in the back line. Finally is going to end up focusing on the Poppy, but gets popped himself, as Orianna is not to be messed with. Haki re-enters the fight, but it's a 3 versus 2. Yeti rockets forward, pushing Haki back, but leaves us in a 2v2 as Tristanori run away from Haki. Nothing that you can do to kill this Orin, surely.
There's the Vandal Pipes. Too much healing. The barrier comes through just as a deterrent. And it is going to be a 3 for 3 overall, but again, the overarching victors feel like Tilt as a service. They come away with just slightly more HP. They come away with just that little bit better in terms of their ability to push on the map. A 3 for 3 overall does mean that, you know, largely neutral for how the gold was distributed. It was a fight with, honestly, really big ultis from our mid laners. Really good ult in the start of the fight from Orianna to catch a couple of members with a shockwave. Then we see Pepik come in. They find a really good Chaos Storm, which starts to rupture and reverberate through DDD very, very, very dangerously. But overall, as we come out of it's a shutdown. Once again, Pro4 finds themselves in a pretty tricky position here, trying to lay down some vision. A couple of minutes before that Soul comes online for DDD. And if there's nothing to be done by Tilt as a service, they will just lose it.
Demon Chinchilla, honestly, as scary as their headshot would suggest, just extremely aggressive and constantly catching people out, much like Pepik is able to do with the help of Haki and Aquasound there. This positioning a little bit awkward from Orianna, but sometimes you pick up the jungler and things feel okay. Rosalie not going to collect the kill there, but Demon Chinchilla has gone too far forward without support, and Rosalie fires back, picking up another kill, almost taking out Tristana with an auto, and the Whirling Death almost catches Trist as well.
Lovely double jump there, actually, from Tristana, and really knowing the champion, gets the reset from the bomb and jumps out to make sure that they do live, but they lost 3 members there. All really for nothing. They got 1 kill back onto Aquasound and obviously found Pro4 to begin all of that. But Tilt as a service finding themselves with some really, really nice plays through this mid game. Credit to, once again, the Ornn for making things work, making things happen. That ulti started it all on off and maybe was the catalyst for the reaction happening.
And it is a huge problem, I'd say, for both compositions, but especially for Tilt as a service, who have the Draven slightly accelerated at this point in the game, and Haki, who is dominated. When you take out one person, when you take out Pro4, when you commit your Ori's flash, say, to take out Aquasound or Pepik,
yeah,
you're missing key team fight ultimates. These things can't be landing onto one person because there are so many threats on the side of Tilt as a service, as we are about to see. This dragon has spawned. Tilt as a service need this Drake to deny the soul from DDD. Into the front line goes Haki. Wild Growth to interrupt Yeti. And Rosalie, 1v2v rather, 3ing with the help of Aqua on the other side. Rosalie, unfortunately, does eat quite a bit of damage. Demon Chinchilla going to commit to the fight. Shut her down. Trist still alive, but one of the last remaining members of DDD now that the damage has come through from Pepik and Demon Chinchilla. And it's time for Tilt as a service to start at the dragon they fought for.
And they will be able to secure it here. Yeti winding up the Keeper's Verdict, gets interrupted by a Blast Cone, which pretty much starts the fight, catching a few members off guard. Demon Chinchilla ends up sort of in the backline there, not in a good position to try and find that assassination. And Rosalie putting her life on the line, finds a good couple of autos, does end up falling by tanking the shockwave. But overall, it's another win here for Tilt as a service. They're grouping up, and as 5, this composition that is just a little bit easier to execute is coming out on top.
It's a great example of exactly what we talked about leading into the team fight. You have so many threats that even if Draven flashes into a shockwave and gets shut down, the team fight is so far from being over or even won. Haki just walks their way back up towards the top side again. Basically unkillable on this Orin, certainly deathless so far. And There are so many people up here that I think we're really about to put Unkillable to the test. Demon
TP
Chinchilla
from
is here.
one.
We've got a TP on the way. Surely is going to arrive before Hacky goes down. And now it's Tilt as a Service who are on the chase, looking for that kill. They're going to pick up Warnace. The fight is manufactured by DDD, but it's Tilt as a Service who, they don't even lose a quarter of their top laner's HP.
Bellows Breath finds the kill. A nice W usage, but it's Hacky who is 8-0-7, legendary on the Ornn currently, has the most kills across his team, and outside of any really solid set of team fights, outside of maybe Tristana reaching level 18 and putting an Infinity Edge on top of everything else that they'd need to put fashion in their inventory to make it work, can't really see the Ornn going down all that quickly. Maybe some true damage from the Vel'Koz could help as well. They are building toward trying to take down Hacky, but that then obviously leads into its own set of problems where you've not optimized well to take out the rest of the people, but you can see Hacky just walking forward, reckless abandon.
Does end up finding another knockup. Demon Chinchilla does feel that they've got to engage, and over the wall we've got a really nice ult from Warnace, but it simply doesn't matter. That Chaos Storm, a huge zoning tool, and I gotta respect that Aquasound wants to bite off a little bit more, because certainly Tilt as a Service have the wallets, the composition to do it right now. They are going to return over to the Baron. A nice play by them to pick up a few kills, and most importantly, that on the jungler of DDD, so this Baron is uncontestable.
Yeah, maybe an errant QW from Orianna over the wall. Shockwave is ready, so maybe they can find a big play in the pit.
Gonna look for it. Orianna does have some low health bars, and Pro 4 unfortunately is gonna eat that one. A single hat falls in the river, but Aquasound should be able to walk this one out. Warnace,
there's a flanking Tristana.
Doesn't find anything.
Okay, no flanking Tristana today. Did sort of lurk in the area, but I think rightfully didn't quite commit. And it is Tilt as a Service who are now beginning to run away with the game. Pepic as well, very strong on this Victor. Goes back to base, finishes off the Rabadon's death cap. That in tandem with a fully stacked out Victor, the lack of any real tank at this stage, is going to mean that Pepic is cutting through everybody very easily. We look across the board, and Deer, I challenge you to find any single shred of magic resist on the DDD side.
Yeah, not a whole lot of, I want to say not a whole lot of tanky members. They do have a Poppy, just not a very tanky Poppy,
No,
despite the HP.
Steel caps and cloth armor Poppy currently.
That's a nice Ornult. Well, it's a nice place for an Ornult. The Ornult does nothing.
Yeah, it does get the Poppy Copter out, which is always nice. So, I think that's going to be a real route to success here for DDD, is if we can see that Keeper's Verdict actually used successfully. Hold on, Yeti's been caught backing. This could be bad.
Yeah, Hacky's just playing right now. Like, you see a Poppy, and you don't even focus on the Poppy. You're already focused on zoning out the rest of the team. Rosalie collecting that kill is just insult to injury as well. The Draven getting even more access to gold. And now, perhaps finally the chance to touch the bot lane tower that was denied so well by Tristan Warnace earlier.
Yeah, and Hacky just flashing forward, looking for a slow. Didn't really find it. A good little flash for fun, but I've got Panic Flash up in the next game, so maybe we'll see something else used there as well.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to use it for, to be honest? Like, Hacky...
A 1v5 pentakill.
Oh, God. Pro 4.
No wild growth used. Stella's Flash. But I think that, honestly, getting caught off guard like that, very valid reasoning to keep that at bay. But that is a 4 versus 5. And that is a dragon that has just spawned.
This is the time.
This is going to be really tricky, actually, for Tilt as a Service to try and walk into. Hacky does have the ability to go back to base and TP, same for Pepic if they want to get any extra health, but they're going to have to walk their way through the bottom side here, through this choke point and through an Orianna whose Shockwave isn't a million miles away from being back up.
Ornal this time
Aquasound
to
goes
buy
in.
Aquasound entry into the Dragon Pit. In
Steals
they go,
it.
and stealing the Mountain Drake turns this fight on its head. Rosalie autoing away in the Dragon Pit is going to collect another kill. Now 1v1ing Yeti will get stunned into the wall, and the rest of the members, finally having chewed their way through Ornn's ginormous health bar, will finish that off. It's a loss in the team fight for Tilt as a Service, but a big win for them in the objectives.
Yeah, both of these teams will be looking at this and thinking that they've got away with something that maybe they ought not to. A really good pick to begin with from Orianna sends Pro4 back to the fountain. Means a 5 versus 4 on the map is winnable for DDD. And Yeti, really good usage of that Keeper's Verdict, actually able to make it what is effectively a 5 versus 3 in the end. And importantly, the Tristan are able to gain some valuable gold by claiming that massive shutdown on the Ornn. We thought that Haki was invincible. Turns out, no. They are now even in gold, the mid lane, the top lane, and the marksman. And as we look at the gold across the board, actually, the Draven Rosalie, the most infatuated member in this game with gold, finding those really crucial shutdowns, the Draven cash-ins. And I mean, that's terrifying to think about as well, that if you just take 1-2 autos off this Draven, you're going to find yourself in a whole heaping pile of pain.
Yeah, this is the biggest threat from Tilt as a Service. And I say that not lightly, considering that we have the almost immortal Ornn and a considerable Master Yi, despite being set back early. We get 30 minutes into a game, you have to worry about Master Yi. But when you've got the range of Rosalie with the gold to back it up, it's a terrifying prospect, and we really have to be watching what this Draven is able to do.
Working towards that Immortal Shield Bow, I do want to call out other itemizations I'm spotting. Looks like a Blade of the Ruined King in the works for Tristana, which typically not a Tristana item, but in this specific game really does seem to fit the bill of what they need. We've gone for Tank Shred with that LDR, and now Haki spotted.
And interrupted by the steadfast presence. The rest of the team not really moving towards this yet, but Aquasound finally will show their face. Unstoppable by Haki, and a knock-up to boot. Turns that around very quickly onto Yeti, and an Alpha Strike from Aqua almost takes down Demon Chinchilla before getting eliminated themselves. Orianna doing just ridiculous amounts of damage at the moment.
Yeah, and almost finding the Whirling Death there to send Demon Chinchilla back to the grave, but a lot of HP traded there. Haki somehow still very high HP, not really feeling too much problems. But that's the power of having Pro4 in your back pocket. We saw the Redemption come down. We did get to see Lulu ulti utilized there to keep Haki nice and high HP. But I think that you'll take that trade as DDD. I think getting any gold onto your carries, any gold onto Orianna, onto the Tristana, definitely worthwhile. The sooner this Trist makes it to that Blade of the Ruined King, I think the better. From there, then you can start to look at the Infinity Edge. But I think that this game round probably needed with the amount of HP that we see.
And I'm really going to be looking at how DDD pick team fights, because like you've mentioned a couple times this game, the ease of execution is on Tilt as a Service, especially when we look at shockwaves and who's starting the fight with where Hound's Pursuit is channeled, what that positioning looks like. Those are going to be some of the biggest things that I'm keeping an eye on for DDD. A couple of picks translate into a win for them very quickly, but a couple of misused cooldowns, and DDD have completely lost control of the fight.
Yeah, it is now a case of funneling all of the gold into this Tristana. We're going to have to ban Warnays for stealing 2 of those ranged creeps as they look for
Hound's Pursuit and the Shockwave. Shockwave does go wide, but Rosalie still fighting underneath the tower, will go down. The teleport a little bit late from Haki. Can they reclaim this? In from the side, Poppycopter is going to boot Haki out, but Pepic still in the fight. Does a lot of damage, flashing forward to pick up a double kill.
And that's what they want here. Really good execution on the collapse from Tilt as a Service. They lose their marksman, but it comes at the cost of 2 people in response. They will secure the Baron as well. And that right there is a collapse of the ages.
Aquasound shows up just in time to take the Baron. Anything else? You'll find this Master Yi farming, as a jungler should.
As is their right.
From this as the smite comes through. It's a bit of a far ult for Warnays, but an attempt is an attempt, and it was correctly timed.
And you can see what they were trying to do there, trying to secure the trying to secure the Baron with it. And unfortunately, rather, for Tilt as a Service, it's just in time to deny yet another Dragon Soul. And I'm getting to the point now where triple Mountain Drakes on and on is bad enough, but we have to consider the possibility here, dear, that in 5 more minutes' time, we're going to see a quad stacked Mountain Soul on this tank.
Harder to kill the Yorn, and even harder to kill everyone else on top of it when you have to chew through so many health bars who all have those multiplicative resistances, plus the extra shield. I mean, Rosalie alone is going to be impossible to kill, especially if we end up going shield bow later on top of the Vamps, or on top of the Bloodthirster. Just underneath the tower, not a care in the world. Rosalie casually interrupts the Hound's pursuit, denying any form of engage from DDD. And Tilt as a Service walk in, grab that inhibitor, and can walk out completely unpunished.
With the Baron at their backs, they will do so with a smile on their face and with a spring in their step. That's going to be opening up the game very easily for them here. Should make this game now relatively straightforward. Walk top lane, walk bot lane, let the minions in the mid lane do the hard work. And we look at the wave clear on the side of DDD. It's not easy to come by. You're very reliant on the Orianna, especially up against a Baron. It's not going to be the easiest thing to find. Maybe on the turn of that Rabadon's death cap, one big shockwave can turn the tides of a fight, but we know that's not going to be easy. We know that that's not going to be something that comes without a big blunder from Tilt as a Service.
Especially given the positioning. I mean, Haki is buying so much space for this team that getting the ball all the way to the back line without having to worry about using Shockwave simply to keep Aqua Sound and Haki at bay is something that is incredibly difficult to coordinate. I have liked the look a couple of times. DDD are clearly trying to coordinate Shockwave and Demon Chinchilla's Hound's Pursuit to just send on the Nefiri and capitalize on that, but that combo has not worked as well thought out as it might be.
Edge of Night now picked up for Demon Chinchilla, so one of the interruptions is not going to be easy to come by.
Flash out of Ori as well. I mean, I know it costs you an ult, but it's basically free.
And at this stage in the game as well, it's not stopping Haki from engaging either. We know that they're quite happy to sort of throw caution to the wind, look for an engage as and when they find it. A good chunk there onto Pepic might actually stall this play. So they only claim the tier 2 turret down on that bot side, as that death cap in the back pocket, the Orianna no slouching damage either. We did get to see about 1,000 damage taken off of Haki with just one round of the Tristana bomb, but again, it's good, but it's not consistent. It's not going to be enough to take Haki all the way down.
You almost want to fight around this Orin, which in itself is difficult, but there's
a tunneler as well.
You need some CC on this guy and to forget about him.
I'm curious as to what this tunnel is going to be building into for Haki, but they found Rosalie in the mid lane. That's a big pick. Is there going to be a response here, though, from Tilt as a Service? With Baron spawning in 2 minutes, Drake spawning in 90 seconds, I think that the call for now should just be to try and back away, reset. Rosalie will be alive in time, but they're looking for a play on the top tier 2 turret here, and they could get collapsed on.
Shockwave is huge, picking up Porfor immediately, but that's going to be answered back very quickly by a Pepic, who is not stopped from walking up. Demon Chinchilla does arrive for the fight, but we've still got a crazy amount of damage being dealt by Pepic. A double kill picked up so far, finally slammed into the wall and shut down. Tilt as a Service lose the team fight, and they're going to lose more than that.
Looking at those death timers, 50 seconds on the mid lane. A Baron spawns in 50 seconds. It's the Drake that spawns that little bit sooner as well. Sorry, Baron not up for a little bit longer. I do think it's the best time for such a bad thing to happen. Rosalie's back up. Your team will be back up maybe in time to do something about that dragon. I think more importantly, the important part of this is that Haki did not die. He himself will be able to buy sort of 10, 15, 20 seconds of frontlining. Of time for your team to get back into position.
already positioned so well. Hockey knows that just denying easy entry into this side of the jungle could quickly convert into the extra seconds required for their team to set up around the dragon, to respawn, to get there. Something that DDD are really going to need to do. Tristana walking in on her own could be picked off even through the small bit of safety that
Well,
they've
here
got
we
in the form
go.
of the spell shield. Tristana and Demon Chinchilla, both their spell shields going to get popped at the start of the fight by Hacky, but this dragon is what it's all about. We got to watch these smite fights as Aqua Sound is over the wall, waiting for a chance to get into the pit, and will do so. Out comes the Ornhorn, but Pepik picks up the first kill. Rosalie's walking on forward, takes a lot of damage off Tristana while in the pit. Aqua Sound picks up yet another kill, and the dragon to boot, Rudude. Tilt as a service. Pick up the Mountain Soul 40 minutes into the game.
This game, for the most part, was about Hacky, but in the late game, it's all about Pepik. Victor here is turning up in these team fights. One shots Worn Ace, who's never really able to get anything done on this Vel'Koz, and then able to just walk up, quickly taps Tristana out of existence. And now with a 5 versus 2 on the map, with a wave at their backs and a Mountain Soul in their back pockets, surely this first best of one will be signed, sealed, and for Tilt as a service to deliver.
Pepik still positioning really carefully, but is, as you mentioned earlier, about to Thanos snap people. That is a lot of damage coming out of Orianna, however. It does force Pepik to back up. Hacky, however, moves on forward and helps Pepik pick up the kill. No problem for this frontliner who got a wild growth on top of all of it. We've got Tristana back in here. It's Reset City if she's able to play this right. Aqua Sound trying to get out. Does have the Hound's Pursuit right behind him. Demon Chinchilla forced to disengage by Rosalie. And Tilt as a service will, on a knife's edge, get out with everyone alive.
DDD hold the fort there. Really good stuff from Orianna to just sort of throw away their life. It was Tilt as a service looking to end, absolutely. But throwing that shockwave down did cause just enough disruption so that that end wasn't a possibility. Redemption going to come through. Good shielding as well. I mean, you got to see the power of the Mountain Soul in that very team fight. If there was not 4 Mountain Dragons, I mean, I think Ori gets a double kill. I'm going to be honest. That would have been a fully unmitigated disaster for Tilt as a service. But those Mountain Dragons are doing a large amount of work in terms of keeping this game in the favor of Tilt as a service. But we have seen slight flubs. We've seen AD carries being caught out on mid waves. We've seen supports going on their own for a little bit of vision instead of grouping up with the squad. As we see Rosalie working their way through. Final item most likely going to be that Infinity Edge, trying to pick up as much gold as possible. Don't even know if they'll need to spend it here before the final push into the Nexus. Far away from completing that Infinity Edge, so it's going to either be a couple of kills, which will lead to the end of the game, or a long slog.
Got a lot of focus up towards top side of the map. Hacky drew 4 members of DDD up top lane. And that unlocks everything for Tilt as a service, who really only have Demon Chinchilla and just now the Orianna to deal with as they look at this inhibitor. Hacky's still 1v1ing Trist up top, and you know, this late into the game, maybe we see that go Trist's way. As it stands, however, you're still losing a lot of the base as DDD, and it slowly means that everyone's got to pull back.
Yeah, that's a question of whose mana, or what runs out first, the mana of Tristana or the health of Hacky, because Tristana, all of her spells now cost mana. And if you're trying to get away with 100% uptime on the Q, it does cost you a good chunk of your mana bar. And Hacky, you can see, more than able to withstand the pressure of the Tristana. The rest of Tilt as a service, they've now made their way up here. Dear, we have been treated in game number 1 here for this Veeam Weekend competition. 44 minutes of bare-knuckle brawl in this opener. Tilt as a service looking to put the final bit into this game.
It's going to break out real soon. Redemption already popped, but Tilt as a service are looking for a way in. They've still got Call of the Forest God should they really want to force something. That's the cooldown that you'll see expended. when Tilt is a service, think it is their time to strike. As of right now, DDD are putting up an exceptional performance in the form of defense, despite a difficult mid game for them. I like their positioning right now. The Warnace does test that.
Yeah, fishing for these little bits of poke. With a single Q, able to do a good chunk of damage, but it's immediately responded to by one single Victor laser. Trying to poke out Pro 4. Make sure that this Lulu needs to be a little bit more cautious of their positioning, but Aki will push forward.
Shockwave! Pro 4 does go down, but Ori, 1 HP, is going to get out. No, Aquasound flashes up top of her, and the pick goes the way of Tilt as a service. Aquasound's already in your back line, picks up a double kill, lets Rosalie and Haki take the third, and it's 3 members down for DDD, and likely the game to end here. Warnace unleashes one heck of an ult, but Rosalie's going to have none of that. Flashing on forward, final auto not going to do it, and in fact, will get jumped on just as the Nexus explodes. Tilt as a service take game 1 in 45 minutes.
And they're able to easily as well put themselves 1-0 in this group. I say easily, maybe, still doing a slight disservice there to DDD, but our former runners-up taken out early on here in this tournament. A really good start for Tilt as a service. And not just coming from Haki either. We highlighted them as the point of pride through the early stages of this game, but Pepic on the Victor, Aquasound with a really, really clutch steal in that mid to late game of a Mountain Dragon, which could have very easily resulted in a Soul going the other way and turning the tides of that team fight in a completely different direction.
Yeah,
Lots of people stepping up when needed.
Yeah, Aquasound really proactive in the early game as a Yi as
Yeah.
well, and we saw that slack in the mid game picked up so well by Haki, by Rosalie as they started to get going. Pepic had some insane killer instinct on Victor as well, so often flashing forward to secure kills. And I gotta give love where it's due on DDD. There were some pretty crazy plays made as well. I mean, you don't get a 45-minute game without haymakers thrown on both sides.
No, exactly. It's worth calling out. Just the amount of picks, right? Pro 4 unfortunately ended up going down a couple of times. There were a couple of really nicely executed attempts between that Hound's Pursuit and the Shockwave, none of them particularly hitting, but you can see where that agency, where that idea was coming from. And that's the really important part, that they've got the right ideas. They unfortunately just didn't quite have the amount of execution required to take it and see it through.
Mm-hmm. I really liked this first game, and I think it gave us a great taste of what we are in for. While we talked about the spread of ranks throughout this tournament, we have got 10 incredibly hard-working players on the Rift at any given time, and clearly coordinated as well. We didn't see these like weird I'm going to be off on my own plays that were just consistently ruining a team's game throughout the entire thing. We actually saw some really nice positioning, great communication within these teams, and of course, big congratulations to Tilt as a service. We did mention that their headshots were pretty locked in, and
Yeah.
locked in they were.
Yeah, they did enough, and that's the important part. Obviously, I do want to call out Demon Chinchilla, acts by profile picture and sort of acts by nature in this game as well. They definitely felt like one of the leading pieces of this puzzle, working their way through the early game on this Neferi 3-0 start. Definitely looked quite intimidating, but I mean, you found some of the pitfalls of Neferi as this game got later and later. Just so difficult to navigate these late game team fights, so difficult to play. Honestly, just up against a Lulu, so impossible for the majority of marksmen, for the majority of sort of divers as well. Can be so tricky. I think Demon Chinchilla had a really good start to the game, not quite able to do enough to see it all the way through, though.
Yeah, quite annoying to deal with that, of course. A great draft out of Tilt as a service to create so many problems. They had a nice, easy to execute composition that looked quite well as they piloted it throughout the game, especially given how insanely tanky they got with Mountain Soul finally picked up at 40 minutes. The composition was unkillable. That was our first game out of the way, however, and now we've got the next couple of best of ones coming at you. Panic Flash and Tilt as a service, our winners of game 1, will be coming up right after the break.
Oh, not a break. Not a break.
Well,
We have an interview instead, which is really
that's
fun.
good. I'm
which is
glad.
much better, in fact, I would argue. We get to
Yeah.
speak to one of the players, which will be even better. We can get a little bit of insight. We can glean some good information from how that game went. I mean, 45 minutes in, I'm hoping that there'll be some, um, pretty good views on how that game went, and we may yet be able to see how that game could have gone differently, what the players are thinking about it all as well, an opportunity to hear from some of the people on the Rift for that match itself.
You've reminded me that I actually need to go in to the player chats and tell them to deactivate streamer mode.
Yes, we will do
I
that.
yeah. I'm getting there. I'm getting there right now. I'm gonna get there right now.
We'll make that work. And by game two, when we've got the run back, we'll hopefully have a little time where we can see which player it is that was actually playing. Obviously,
Mm-hmm.
we'll see for DDD whether they can right the wrongs as they move into game number two. Our next matchup before we get into the interview is going to be Tilt as a Service versus Panic Flash. So DDD have got some time to go into the settings to try and find streamer mode and turn it off, which will be really nice. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like streamer mode here is a good way of showing who's at least booted up League of Legends in the last sort of 3 months or so, because it's a relatively recent feature. So you've got to have been
Mm-hmm.
playing at least a little bit for that to be working.
That's true. That's true. All right. I'm sending it right now. We'll see what people say.
Hey guys, can
Yeah.
we let
Yeah.
us say your
I
name?
was like, listen, that was a fantastic game one. Also, please.
Yeah, please do this and help us,
Mm.
which is always going to be really fun. Hopefully, we'll have somebody in here. I think somebody in the next short amount of time. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're
Mhm.
going to have a good little interview here and try and catch up with one of the players from that last match. Obviously, for like we say, DDD, a little bit of a disheartening one. I mean, those 45-minute games are really tricky when you lose them. If you win them, you feel incredible. When you lose them, obviously, really difficult to sort of chew and swallow mentally. As we do get the top player, it looks like Haki. Hello, welcome. After a glorious victory on the Orn.
Mhm.
Yeah, I enjoy playing like a wall and just standing there. I think my teammates do all the work. It's fun.
That's perfect. Stand there, let them do the damage. You stand brick wall and just
Yeah, yeah.
vibe, which was really fun.
Mhm.
I mean, you looked like you were really comfortable on the Orn as well. There was a stage in the game later on. You were just walking through the jungle, doing nothing. I was wondering if you could give us just a little bit of insight into how your team is going. Are you the person making all the calls, or are you sort of letting other people lead what this is going to happen in the game?
Yeah, well, I'm the most experienced in our team, so I'm trying to like shot call as much as I can. But on top, it's like always an island, so I usually just know what I should do, not what other people should do. But as you said, whenever I walk through the jungle and look like I'm doing nothing, it's like I'm never doing nothing. It's like soaking up vision, soaking up pressure,
Hmm.
and so on.
Mhm. And because you're, I mean, are because you're playing with your coworkers, like, do you guys talk about this like before in the weeks leading up? Have you gotten practice in beforehand? And yeah, how is it trying to win a game of League of Legends and also make sure that the office stays friendly?
Yeah, we tried to get some games in, but we actually played our first game like 3 days ago on Wednesday
Mm.
or Tuesday I think. Yeah, so so not much practice was gotten, but I have gotten practice in ranked at least. So like
Mhm.
we have individual practice.
I mean, that's good. Honestly, I've been and heard of teams and players and situations like this where this is the first game that they're playing. Like they'll go in and be like, "This is, we'll just fire up League and we'll see what happens on the day." So getting 3 days of practice or practice 3 days ago, is a really good chance. My question to you is, what are your hopes for the tournament? Where do you think you can end in this one?
Well, hopefully on the top of course.
Yeah.
But like anything top 3, top 4 would be enough.
Okay.
I guess at the end of the day, it's a for fun tournament, so we just have fun and beat other people as much as we can.
Mhm. How long have you been playing League?
Oh, more than half my life. It's 14 years now.
Oh
No,
wow.
13
And
And
years.
what
and yeah, Tom.
what was the what? So this is how I test how long people have been playing. What's the first champion you remember being released?
I think Diana or Jace, something like that.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember. I wasn't playing then. Yeah. You're an older
It,
veteran than I am, which is really good.
it was one of the first animated login screens.
Yeah.
Mm. And have you always been a top laner?
No, I started maining top lane around season 5, but before then it was like you couldn't even pick your role, so it was like you had to play everything. It was
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. I remember.
me mid or feet. Yeah.
Hmm. Nice.
That.
Okay, good. I mean, that's still 10, 11 years of top lane practice, so
Mm-hmm.
it definitely showed in this one, which is really nice to see. If you had to pick one champion you get to play today, which champion are you picking, or is it just Ornn?
Ornn is my main, so that's like boring, but I would like to play Zahen.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I noticed a lot of top lane bans were thrown out by DDD. So I imagine that they've got some scouting on you guys. You guys were banning a
Yeah.
lot of mid laners as well. What was the thought process behind that?
Exactly the same as their thought process, like
Yeah.
their mid laner was the highest ranked one.
Yeah. Yeah. Rudun.
Yeah.
Um, as we approach this next game, actually, Hacky, a question for you as well. Have you gotten the chance to look at what the other teams are like? I know that as we go in next, we're going to be seeing Panic Flash for the first time. What should we be looking for from them that you've already thought about?
We haven't gotten much scouting, honestly. So we
Okay.
just know that the Real Scary team is in the other group. So I guess that's good for us.
Yes, yes,
Mm.
that is good. That is good.
Check their OPGGs before the game. See who's the
Yeah.
highest
It's
ranked.
like
Ban
5
all
minutes
their tops
before.
played. Yeah. Hey, we've been there. That's the very easy way to just get surefire expectations out and make sure that you have a good time and things. So we've seen the on. We're hoping to see there's a head in the future, and hopefully we'll get to see some other picks from the rest of your team. Are these the roles that you guys are going to be playing likely for the rest of the tournament, or is there an opportunity, without revealing any secrets, is there an opportunity that these roles aren't fixed?
I think it will stay like this.
Okay. I tried to get some spice. Alas, the teams
Hey.
are trying to win,
Okay,
which
I'll go
is
support for last game. Okay. Yeah.
understand. Perfect. In the
Okay, okay,
finals,
okay.
best of 3, game 3 on the line, role swap to support. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. I actually I wanted to know, you do come into this game knowing that you have probably some of the most experience on the Rift, and with 14 years of gameplay, I imagine that you do. Um, you took Ignite into the Poppy top lane matchup. Is that like you would not normally do that? I imagine, like in the Ornn Poppy matchup.
Yeah, ever since the like you get teleport for free from the quest, like teleport is not really something that you need to take. It's like you take it into losing
Mhm.
matchups, but anywhere
Mm.
else you just take ignite and try to fight as much as you can.
Okay, okay. See, I'm not much of a top laner myself. I'm one of jungler, bot lane, wherever it takes me. But I know I'm almost never thinking about how I'm teleporting into a fight. So I was like, what's going on up here?
All right. Well, that's nice. Haki, thank you so
Mhm.
much. We'll give you the next little bit of time to prepare, get ready for your next game on the day. And maybe we'll be
Thank
speaking
you.
to you again a little bit sooner, a little bit later on in the day. But otherwise, well done. Congratulations on your first win. And we'll bid you farewell
Thank you.
for now.
Mhm. And Rooted, I think we're going to be doing likely the same for everyone else as we are setting up the next game. Tilt as a Service will be back, so Hacky, we'll be seeing you again, and Panic Flash will be up next. So look forward to that. We are going to take a quick break, Rooted. I'm saying that again, thinking that this
Hmm.
time I simply must have it right. So I'm going to look at the camera, and it's going
I'm
to
going to say
happen.
goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup in 2026. My name is still Dia, and I've still got Rudude with me, and we've still got Tilt as a service with us. But at the conclusion of Game 1, we'll be moving on to another best of one now between Tilt as a service and Panic Flash, a game that I'm very excited to see, especially given how Tilt as a service performed just last game, Rudude.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see some good pieces really across the board from game number one. Tilt as a service definitely showing that they've got some really strong pieces. Obviously, we got to speak to Haki after the game as well. He did really well on that Ornn in the top lane, but Pepic as well on the Victor, which seemingly came from a pretty tricky position early on, getting definitely ganked and punished as this flashless Victor, but then turning it around and being an absolute fiend in the late stages of the game.
Yeah, Prido really was quite scary on Victor and had, as we called it in game one, some killer instinct on that particular champion. I do wonder if that carries across through champions. It would be nice to see something a little bit closer ranged as well. But from Panic Flash, I'm also wondering what they're going to try and pull out. We saw a lot of top lane focus in the first game onto Tilt as a service. And based on how it appears that Haki is approaching this, I'd imagine that Panic Flash are going to do the same thing. Ban out a lot of top laners and figure out the rest of the map.
Yeah, make things as difficult for the best player as possible, or at the very least, do what you can in that venture. Now, this is our first opportunity to get a look at the Panic Flash and critique some of their player portraits. Now, the go-to immediately, Crash Alex, you failed to submit your picture on time, so we're booing you for that. But across the board, I think Panic Flash have done a pretty good job here at displaying a lot of character in their pictures.
Yeah, there's a world where this is like, submit the base Facebook image just to like mog your opponents or something.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a world here. I will point out real quickly, Cad, who is dressed as a Zir right now, in the center of your screen, is the highest ranked player in this game right now. Or sorry, in this game, on the side of Panic Flash right now. And likely the person that is going to be focused. A lot of jungle for Cad. And so we're likely to see things like perhaps Viego, Lee Sin, Vi that they've been favoring lately taken out, but Silas always a possibility. I'd say especially Viego, I would be expecting, and Viego is gone. Tilt as a service, they've locked in.
Yeah, and that's honestly fine as we are into our first draft. Now, obviously, Panic Flash were listening. They said or heard what we had to speak about, wanting to play Zahen, and unfortunately, that has been removed from contention. So I apologize if that now becomes permabanned and asking you that question to begin with. But we'll see.
To be fair, it was definitely banned last game, so you
Well,
could always
yeah.
Plausible deniability that one.
I'll take that. Plausible deniability, always fun. Nocturne locked in as the B1 though, so a good amount here of dive already picked up. I appreciate the Ezreal being able to navigate your way over terrain is a really good way to counter a Nocturne.
And the Panic Flash basically get to play quite safe with this. The polar opposite choice would be Ambessa.
And
it's
getting
me out versus get me in.
Yes, exactly. Now Ezreal can go in. It's just whenever we see those E's forward, they're typically don't quite go so well. But the Ambessa locked in early here. We'll see what it is that ends up being taken as a response. Now, this could end up being a jungler as well. This could be jungle Ambessa. I have to remember that the pick technically is flexible, and maybe could bait Hacky into an early pick that theoretically counts as the Ambessa that then gets counted in response. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But Tilt as a Service, they're happy to take the Nami this time around. So already a couple of different picks locked on in, pairing up with the Ashe. So good amount of range and a good amount of disengage as well in the Nami. Good amount of engage between that Enchanting Crystal Arrow also.
And we saw the bot lane picks be really impactful. No Seraphine, unfortunately. Really like the Ashe Seraphine combination, but Nami perhaps a little bit more useful in snowballing the lane, at least from a damage perspective. We'll see how it ends up working out. Aurelian Soul, however, on the other side, not particularly anti-dive, weirdly enough. I mean, Aurelian Soul will have an
Yeah.
all right time, but it's, you could get a safer mid laner against Nocturne.
You could. I mean, the E is pretty useful at stopping dive, but obviously there are many tools that just counter Aurelian Soul, and dive itself, like hard true dive, is honestly one of them. I'll be curious to see whether or not an Ornn ban does get picked up here. Obviously, having seen Hacky say that, really proficient on the Ornn, having seen him play a really solid performance in game number one, couple of options to try and take that off the board for Panic Flash in this second round. But a lot of focus towards that mid lane from Tilt as a Service to begin with. Obviously, with the Aurelian Soul locked in, that's not going to be the case in the second round. And they are looking to take away those engaged supports. Maybe Blitzcrank gets taken off the board. Maybe a Nautilus here, if they fancy something engage oriented.
Yeah, the Thresh ban is right along those lines, and I'd say an even nicer move when you consider that Thresh really enables hyper carries like Aphelios quite well.
Mm.
I know that Ezreal is not going to be in the same position, but something like Thresh also provides him that extra layer of safety and lets him play that more aggressive role with the Arcane Shift, and so it just makes sure that yes, you don't have it engaged, but you also don't have a way to keep Ezreal safe, especially in the face of a very aggressive Ashe Nami lane that could easily snowball this game. Morgana actually not bad.
Well, we've had our fun on the Morgana in our solo queue games, dear.
Mhm.
We've been pretty successful with this pick as well. Definitely one that can do very well into a Nami and into a Nocturne as well. Obviously, with that black shield on, it means that the fear can't come through if you're able to time that right and put it onto the correct target. But we are going back into that potentially dive-oriented backline access style with a Zoe locked in for Tilt as a Service. So definitely a pick here that we haven't seen in a good long while, but definitely incites its own element of fun into game number 2 on the day. And the Mordekaiser being hovered to begin with, potentially a blind pick in the top lane for Hacky. We'll see what it is that they're looking for, and it is going to be that Mord.
Okay. I mean, we saw Mordekaiser banned out last game. It is definitely capable of taking over top side, and that's likely the reason that you're seeing it right now is the possibility that that just becomes basically incapable of being dealt with. Darius
Yeah.
on the other side of this is a gauntlet throw. You are not going to sit down and take the Mordekaiser winning the lane. You are going to fight him for every inch.
And it does get locked in. So
Nice.
that's like you say, that gauntlet being thrown down, and for Hacky, then a challenging laning phase up ahead. By no means is this supposed to be an easy matchup. Any area of the map where you are, struggling, or any area of the map where Mordekaiser might look to try and take over, is now going to be significantly impacted by the fact that he's got to play up against one of the hardest laning opponents pretty much in League of Legends. So we'll see how successful this proves to or not to be for Hacky. Obviously taking that one and blind.
Yeah, the Darius pick is a really difficult one to lane into, and it does make me wonder, given that we have Darius Mordekaiser top lane, we could actually see just an entire focus up towards the top side, which plays into the bot lane win condition for Panic Flash. The fact that they have the ability to sit there with the Ezreal and just not really worry about anything that's coming their way is actually going to be a really nice benefit for them, as I'm like writing down exactly who might be going where and what might be going where. One of the things that is standing out to me is that Shyboo's is going to have to deal with this, as he is the most likely top laner to be going up against Tilt as a service, given their proclivity towards top lane.
Yeah, and I think that that's obviously the sort of go-to angle for this
Hmm.
side, is that you would hope that putting your sort of most comfortable person in the most comfortable role um, is going to benefit you in the
Hmm.
long run. Now, obviously, there's an opportunity for that not to be the case, and that you sort of go for the path of least resistance, so you make your weaker players on the team feel the most comfortable, and then those people that can flex around also head into slightly different positions. But I too am, looking forward to seeing which variant we end up getting for these two sides, and in particular for Panic Flash. Obviously, with not seeing them on the Rift, we heard likely not going to be any role swaps coming through on the flip side. So it's probably going to be like that and maintained that way for a good long while, of course, until the end of the best of three for finals. But obviously, coming into this for Panic Flash, they've got a little bit of tape. They know how it is that the other team operates, and hopefully they'll be able to make good use of that time as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see how mid jungle works in this game, simply because, as we mentioned, we've got the really highly rated, the most highly rated player on Panic Flash is going to be their jungler, likely in this game. We'll confirm that once we actually get into it, but based on their recent play and what was actually banned
Mm,
out. And their second highest rated player is their mid laner, which, as you and I know, Rude Dude, from watching hundreds and hundreds and thousands of games of League of Legends, mid jungle duo is so often where the game is
yeah.
decided.
It's a really important part of the map. However you try and slice it, whatever way you look at the
Hmm.
game, having mid jungle as a duo that can work together is just always going to be in your best interest. So having those as your really strong pieces as well, definitely going to be something that should, and we say should here, bode well for Panic Flash.
Hmm. And when we're thinking about the Aurelian soul from the mid lane, you do have a lot of roam potential, which is going to be really nice. I know that we were like, guys, this is the safest thing into the Nocturne. At the very least, I
Who
was, but
cares?
yeah, if you're the one, I guess, budget Nocturne ulting a side lane, then
Mm.
it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to hope for. Budget Nocturnal is always, well, I'm not going to call it fun, but definitely definitely something to keep our eyes on. I think that looking at how this game I feel should play out itself, um, Nocturne doesn't have an abundance of diving buddies, is what I
Hmm.
remember from the draft. In that's
Hmm.
that's probably not the best situation to find yourself in. Normally, when you're pulling these drafts together, you want to put as many champions together that can do the same thing. Nocturne here is acting almost as a light switch, where he's going to turn the lights out, but probably not looking to do that big backline dive without there being any support in the back pocket. So, I mean, there is going to be a good amount of question marks that I have as to whether or not this Nocturne can succeed without having the team there to support them. Obviously, if they can, excellent, but that's something that's just going to need to be shown.
Especially because Nocturne is your engagement. Actually, both junglers really you can look to as engage tools. Especially because when we think about engage from the Panic Flash perspective, you've got Ambessa ult. Like
Mm.
that's the way you
End
start
of.
fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
End of sentence. You have Ambessa ult plus zero other things that you can use to actually
Mhm,
begin and engage. To the credit here of some of these teams, maybe that's enough. But
mhm.
equally, we saw some of the pitfalls of compositions in the last game where it was really difficult for DDD to make a big stick in the mud almost, and then without any real source of engage themselves, they began to struggle.
And in terms of ease of execution, we saw Tilt as a service draft this last game. They've definitely got it when it comes to the engage here. They can, if we will
Mm,
all excuse the pun, go fishing with things like Tidal Wave, like Aqua Prison, but also Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Ash can do that. Nocturne, of course, we talked
yeah.
about the engage with Paranoia, but Zoe's always got the Sleepy Trouble bubble. And while Mordekaiser isn't going to be engaging on anything, there's plenty of tools through the rest of the map to make this a very difficult game to win.
it's easy to follow up, right? As the Mordekaiser when you've got people being stunned, being caught out by nocturnalities, and that as a duo as well, I think is going to be really, really important to keep our eyes on. There are actually two different duos here that are really important and that I want to keep our eye on. It's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow setting up for nocturnalities. So you stun somebody, you nocturnal on top of them, and you get like 2 seconds to win the 1v1. Or as an advantage in the 1v1 even. And then you have the other side of the coin, which is Mordekaiser plus Nocturne as a duo. And I've seen far too many instances of Mordekaisers preventing their jungler from being able to help by using that Death Realm.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the whole way that you have so much ability to isolate people, whether it be with Death Realm or like you talked about, Paranoia, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you can make one person's life really difficult on Panic Flash, or you can do that multiple times
Yeah.
across multiple lanes. It is especially scary when we see how proactive Aquasound was last game, especially with the Yi ult post 6. You replace Yi ult with a Nocturne ult, and Tilt as a Service absolutely have the tools and the attitude to capitalize on this composition. For Panic Flash, it is going to be about really nice, safe, conservative play, and honestly, better macro. They need to be positioned better.
Yeah, they do. And obviously there was a good amount of full send mentality from Aquasound, which we'll get to hopefully see witness or lay witness to once again on the Nocturne. I do think that, as I look at this from the Panic Flash, they have to play a little bit more reserved. I'd say they've got a composition which is built around hopefully trying to absorb engagements. I mean, they've got the pickups with Ezreal and Aurelion Sol here. I think they're going to be really struggling to do meaningful damage through the early stages of this game, which is obviously a bit of a problem. But once we get to that late game, obviously having Aurelion Sol on your team is a massive, massive boon, and certainly something that can benefit you and that can single-handedly almost carry some of those games.
I'm looking at Shibu's headshot now that we've got it up again.
Mm.
Did you play any Elden Ring? Is this a like you know that guy? Let me solo her.
I've played zero Elden Ring, I'm afraid.
Okay, somebody let me know if Shibu's photo is a "Let Me Solo Her" reference. I'm pretty sure that for context rooted,
Yes,
and anybody
please.
who even if it's not, that there was a guy, or there's a difficult boss named Melania in Elden Ring,
Mm-hmm.
but you can summon other players as allies. And there was a guy named Let Me Solo Her, and he would just wear like a pot on his head and a cloth, and he would help people beat this incredibly difficult boss. And that's the only thing that I can think of that, like, because I saw that pot on Shibu's head, and I was like, I've seen this before. It must be that. Somebody confirm. Somebody confirm.
Maybe they are Let Me Solo Her in an
Maybe they
alternate
are.
reality.
Maybe they are. I would believe it. I think it was an EU player. I
Oh,
don't.
it could be.
Yeah.
You were talking earlier. Well, we've got a little bit of time.
Hmm.
About architectural esports, not actual
Oh
esports,
yeah.
but the architectural thing. Can you elaborate more?
Yeah. So there's a
This was the
there's a
craziest thing you
software.
watched. Was how you
Yeah.
approached this to me.
Just like completely unexpected that I would watch it, but like it's basically like Photoshop for architects, or like a Blender sort of software, Blender for like
Okay.
3D design.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's not Blender. It's like it starts with a C, and I don't know what the name of the software is, but they hold esports competitions for this software, and basically you have to design pieces of like interior decor or like structures for houses, and you have to do it fast. And so the commentary for this, which is the reason I was watching it, I was like, what kind of commentary could this possibly have? Is actually insanely hype. And they're using words that I've never heard of in my life. They're like, this guy is extruding. He's extruding. He's extruded like 30 seconds faster than this other guy, and it's going to
Oh,
impact his workflow here. And I was like, oh my God. So I'm going to find the name of the software, but if you just Google like architecture software esports, you're going to have a good time. Yeah.
and that's all that people needed to know. Architecture,
Yeah.
software, esports. That's my job for the evening. I think. And I'll be able to get a good look at that.
Between killing krakens on
I don't know what you're talking about. I've
yeah,
never
yeah,
played a second monitor game in my life.
yeah.
We're in game though, everybody. Welcome back. We've got game number 2 here on the B stream. Tilt as a service up against the Panic Flash. Obviously, we've got to see Tilt as a service do very well in game number 1. It took them 40 minutes, which is why we are starting game number 2 about 52 minutes behind schedule, but that's not a problem. And we'll get to see, hopefully, more, honestly, chaos.
Especially up in this top side. We already talked about how Shaibu and Haki are the matchup that we expect to attract a lot of attention, especially because, once again, we've gone those aggressive summoners. Shaibu's gone with Ghost, but Haki, true to his nature in game 1, has gone with the Ignite, mirroring Pepic's choice in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, on the Zoe, obviously going to be a little bit more difficult to TP in. I mean, you've got... Ooh.
Oh, this could go out of... Never mind, it's Ignite. It's Ignite diff, that's my bad. First blood to Haki, just as he planned.
And you know, the really sad thing is that if Shaibu would have found any sort of minion there, you could ding level 2 and probably just easily win that. But you can't fight level 1 versus level 2, just having the extra stats. I mean, the pull, one of the Qs went wide from Haki, so like the opportunity was there to be won. But Shaibu, unfortunately, fancied himself a little bit too much of a chance in that one and does end up falling.
And remember, no teleport for Shaibu either, so he has to walk it back up. Does miss quite a few minions on the way in. And now, well, we've got that whole mess breaking out towards the top side. Pro4 and Rosalie are going to be nicely set up in the bot side with a double Aqua Prison early on. That was stylish, unnecessary, but cool.
Yeah, it does nothing for the lane, but what it does for the game is send a message, and that's what's really important. It's like, yeah, I'll hit double bubbles, and you've got to know that that's going to happen to you at least one extra time through this game, and that's obviously really, really cool. Obviously, we get to see a tier start here for Crash down on the bot side. So the Ezreal going to be working their way towards that mirror mana nice and swiftly. And hopefully into a point where they can actually start to contest with what is going to be a very dive-centric and difficult game for an Ezreal to manage.
Nice gank in the mid lane. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does land, but instantly woken up. Cad still all over Papik is going to force Flash and Ignite. Double summoners out of the Zoe. Leave Rosencrantz all the more comfortable, especially with the wave already pushing for them. You should see Rosencrantz be able to back. They've still got TP and plenty of lane power to work with.
All right, and that's not bad. We'll take that. That's a really good gank that will just inevitably have ramifications later on. Zoe, despite her ult, typically a immobile champion actually, and can really struggle post level 6 especially. So Rosencrantz needs to find the time to recall, get some of that mana back, and then can really start to punish the Zoe. Like you mentioned, no TP does make it tricky. Fair to try and find a recall here.
Rosalie in a pretty comfortable spot bot side, especially as the fight for the Scuttle Crabs is already concluded. We did go 1-for-1, Aqua Sound grabbing top Scuttle, and Cad grabbing the lower Scuttle. And now that the junglers really have no more reason to interact with each other, we're right back focused on the lanes and how they're going to impact those. This top side did get off to an explosive start, and if we look at the CS numbers, well, we haven't seen the top lane explode in blood yet. This is not comfortable, and it very well could go further south.
Yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing is that, double sums are available. Q, heal!
Ignite gets him. Haki dies! That's crazy that he gets that kill, actually. Really well played to Shaibu to even get an answer. Yeah,
I mean, but the issue is that wave is still bad. For lack of a better word, you're really not going to be able to put too much emphasis on collecting minions, and I think that Tiamat early on as well going to cause you more problems as you're just going to continue to push this wave and give Haki what he wants here, this sort of wave pushing into him, and then the Mordekaiser can punish you time and time again, level 5 to level 6. I mean, the XP can't be too favorable for Shaibu. He's now lost a good few minions underneath the turret. And you can look at the CS lead as well. Haki just really, really in a good position.
a little bit of excitement about our namesake Panic Flash is actually getting popped. We do have a Death Realm popped in the top lane as Hacky did hit level 6 earlier. Shaibu seems to be surviving in the Death Realm all right, but one last Q would do him in, and it's not even necessary as Hacky collects that with an auto instead. His team grabbing a dragon at the same time. Kill in the top side, dragon in the bot side. Wins across the map for Tilt as a service.
Yeah, for Shaibu there, the apprehend ultimately sealed his own fate. I think he was about to be given the ability to walk out, given the good grace and the fact that he dodged that Q with the ghost did mean that I thought he was going to escape, but they pulled Hacky back in and Hacky went, oh, well, cheers, and picked up a quick kill. Now, for the rest of the map here, I mean, if I'm the Panic Flash, I can see on that top side, things aren't going great, and trying to bail out a top laner from a bad Mordekaiser lane is typically really tricky because the champ just Death Realms, kills you, then kills your top laner. So it is going to be tricky to try and make this Mord's life any much harder than it is right now. So I think go elsewhere. Try and get gold somewhere else on the map. And that's probably their best route to success from this position.
Now the problem, you know, of course, will later become that you have a Darius who's not particularly known for his utility. So
Yes.
Shaibu on his own does have to find a creative way to become more relevant in this game. Right now, Hacky's clearly got a nice timing, but in the mid lane, the timing for Cad does miss a little. Ended up grabbing the level 6 really early on, but immediately whiffs the ultimate in the mid lane, and Pepik is able to step up again.
Yeah, couldn't get the connection there on the public execution. He's going to come back around, though, loops back into the mid lane.
That's creative. Now, we do have Paranoia following up on that, so maybe not the most comfortable here either, and Rosencrantz completely out of mana. Can't really help him. Cad is going to fall, and that is another kill and even more map control going the way of Tilt as a service.
Yeah, I think this game is going to be really tricky for the Panic Flash from here. First Nocturnal is a success. It lands an Aquasound with a really good counter gank there, actually. Able to pick that one up. Crash losing out on the cannon minion. Shout out to Adadria there, making sure that she's the one who secures the cannon minion, making sure that we know who the real carry of this bot lane is.
It's exactly like our bot lanes, you know?
Yes, it is. It really is. You will cue the cannon and then take it as well. And with
Now,
pride,
of
I
course,
might add.
you know, it's my humble duty, you know?
It
Up towards
truly
top
is.
side, fortunately enough for Tilt as a service, they have managed to secure this time all 3 Void Grubs, making their snowball potential even better, something they really do need quite a bit of, given that, yes, they've got Ashe, and they've got a lot of engage, but they don't have a whole lot of range to just sit back and poke turrets down, so when you do get access to them, the extra damage from the Void Grubs is really going to help out.
Okay, Dusk and Dawn finished for Hacky already on this top side. I mean, unfortunately for Cad, I don't think this is a gank that you can make happen. You can look for it, but I'm pretty sure Shaibu just falls to Ignite.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's all good.
Doesn't even need the Ignite.
And he's still got Death Realm up too, so Cat is sitting there like, given
3
that he
level
has Ignite
leads.
and Death Realm, maybe not.
There are a few things that make me believe I may not yet win this fight, which, you know, fair enough. This could very well be a Mordekaiser masterclass, I'm going to be honest. This could very well be a situation where bot lane does not matter. Bold.
That's all good. Sometimes I also, you know, want a numbers check, and Kadisek gets a numbers check. Hacky still wins, and like you said, Mordekaiser Masterclass, I mean, I've seen this happen in my solo queue games. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what's about to happen, especially when a solo kill has just gone down in the mid lane. Tilt as a service are absolutely delivering.
Yeah, this is a pretty stark contrast here to game number 1, where, you know, the majority of the game, it was an even gold game. However, now we find ourselves 4,000 gold in the favor of Tilt as a service very, very early on, which obviously bodes pretty well for them. For the Panic Flash, less so, but we'll hope that they are able to turn this one around in the immediate future, because otherwise the game probably ends.
Down the bot side, Paranoia does come in, and Rosalie,
Oh, the barrier.
still alive through all of that, holds the barrier and turns that into a double kill for her jungler just as Dragon spawns. Tilt as a Service have everything going in their favor right now. They run the map top to bottom, and this Chemtech Dragon just going to be another innocent victim of the carnage.
I mean, that was like the pixel perfect barrier from Rosalie. It really felt like either Alex or Adadria would be able to pick up that kill. No. Barrier comes through, baits them both in, and it's a double kill for Aquasound, who we mentioned in the pre-game felt pretty full Send-esque on the Master Yi. Now playing Nocturne, an even more Sendy champion, can go fully into the backline without really any problems. And I mean, with a couple of kills now at their back on that Profane Hydra, it's going to be even easier.
Pepik clearly feeling pretty comfortable in the mid lane as well. Would have seen him just a few moments ago pop over the wall into Katasek and Rosencrantz just to bully them, and is going to get to do that over and over in the mid lane as Rosencrantz takes much more damage than the turret can dole out to Pepik in response. That's the biggest threat to Zoe right now, is just taking a little bit too much damage from the structures, because Rosencrantz is not throwing any back.
Now, we do have to remember that as this game gets later, expectation is that Panic Flash should have a better position in the game, right? They've got some pretty good scaling on the Aurelion Soul and the Ezreal as well, but I think the concern is whether or not they can get there. It's down on the bot side. Rosalie should fall.
Katasek
Walks it out.
still coming up a little short on that last auto. So much focus on this bot side, and the last shot from Alex will do it. True Shot Barrage secures the second kill of the game for Panic Flash, as up in the top side, Haki collects his 6th.
Yeah, this is a rough one for Shaibu on that top side. Dying Flash Ghost ready, and I mean, Death Realm 1 not even expended there by Haki on the top side. Has now worked his way through the entire tier 1 turret, as has Pepik in the mid lane. Not quite as glamorous a mid lane as it is on the top side, but the result in terms of structural damage remains the same anyway. I think this is going to be a pretty short run thing here for game number 2 for us, dear. An almost 7,000 gold lead already, and Pepik might find the kill here. Oh, there's enough HP. Okay.
Let's see what
With
that
an
next
auto-
item looks like, you know?
Yeah, with an auto and an ignite, I think that could have been possible. Maybe Electrocute proc comes through. Stand and fire. Rosalie knows exactly what the Ashe can do in this situation. But the Rod of Age is actually giving a decent amount of safety. That bubble was
Sleepy
just
Trouble
short.
bubble was so much, and Alex still almost goes down. That auto almost surely would have taken him out. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will connect onto Ardaya instead. With a Nocturne Paranoia on the route to the bot side, there is nothing you can do but give up the tower. Everybody from Tilt as a Service has rotated down. Third Dragon still a ways away, but last outer tower is something that we're all showing up for. Tilt as a Service will let Rosalie collect that with nearly isolated gold, and now everybody returns back to their lanes. They got what they came for.
And you know, the fun thing about this game for media right now is that if we were in the Big 25, should just be a good amount of poke here from Pepik. If we were in the Big 25, Mordekaiser's build path currently would make no sense. First of all, Dusk and Dawn wouldn't exist. We'd have just no item there. And we're working towards a Gunblade for our second item. So Haki is just going full Season 26 build, knowing exactly what it is that he needs to do. And I mean, the build's looking really good. The damage is looking pretty solid as well. He's going to be able to work his way through now a second turret on that top side.
I do want to say, you know, Shaibu has been doing as well as you can expect up against a insane Mordekaiser. And I don't just mean that from how accelerated he is, but we saw his Ornn last game. We saw how Ornn was killing Poppy last game. Haki is not a player to be messed with. Haki's a player you draft around, and Haki is a player right now that is ulting your mid laner and getting away with it. The rest of the team still on the, I wanted to say, disengaged, but I say that his Aqua Sound does commit, and StreamB actually shuts him down. The move forward from Hacky lets Pepic pick up another kill, and it is 1 for 3 in the favor of Tilt as a Service. But like I said, credit where it's due. Oh, 1 for 4. Credit where it's due. We're getting something done as Panic Flash, and that's tough.
It is. They are currently down a very, very vast quantity of gold. A major lead in League of Legends is 500 gold for every minute that's been played. So at this stage in the game, it would be defined as 800 or 8,000 gold. They're behind even more than that. So they are struggling, and they are in a really bad position. Finding any kills is obviously very, very good for them. But Tilt as a Service are just running the Rift. From top to bottom, Shadow Flame in the inventory now for Pepic as well. So an insane amount of burst going to be on offer in that facet too. I mean, Hacky spending so long waiting in the base, just doesn't know what to buy. Had the illusion of choice there. 2,000 gold sat in his back pocket after finishing the Gunblade. Ends up going for Randuin's. Just doesn't want to die.
Honestly, you could do worse. Because right now, the damage doesn't feel too necessary, you know? Like, you've got plenty of it as it is. What I'd like to see is a little bit more vision from Tilt as a Service. They have just hit the map once again after hitting that 9,000, nearly 10,000 gold lead. Hacky's got the right idea. Make sure that Panic Flash have no access to their own jungle. Close this out clean by keeping them economically deprived. That's something that Panic Flash, especially with their heavily scaling composition, are really going to look for, is an opportunity to pick up gold wherever they can. And Hacky's got to deny that to them, even as he
1v3.
does find the 1v3 top side. Let's see how it goes. Death Realm is going to be used. Dodges the
everything.
Aurelion Soul ults. Yep. And now it's a 1v4. After taking down the first one, Katasek picks up the shutdown. You know, that was easier than expected.
Yeah, the thing with Mordecai is that even with this, Warden's Mail Giant's Belt doesn't have the best tanky stats, let's say. And I mean, Rosenkrantz is just hitting paper right there, right? This is an Aurelion Soul who's not fighting a champion with magic resist. So that fight there for the Aurelion, pretty darn easy. And yes, they have to commit a couple of ultis to it, and it's Cad that picks it up. So obviously we're going to see Cadleetsek be pretty happy with that. As Pepic might just find Alex.
Yeah, you hit that 10 out of 10 times, and you secure this kill 10 out of 10 times.
Okay.
That's what
Small
I'm talking about.
When you get hit by a Zoe bubble and you have a movement spell, don't use it until after you've been woken up. Because the damage of Zoe bubble, or the damage of Zoe Q rather, scales with distance that it travels. So if you stay close to the Zoe, her Q does less damage. So if you get hit by a bubble, walk towards the Zoe. May seem counterintuitive, but might save your life.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? And in the next couple of fights, it very well might. It doesn't save Rosenkrantz there, as he's unable to, I think, accurately disengage from not just Zoe, but every other member of Tilt as a Service on the map right now. Hacky has, to his credit, moved back up towards top side where he found success initially and is maybe finding another solo kill on Shaibu, who is going lower by the second. Does end up collecting a lot of damage, and that's going to be it. But the rest of the team, Rift heralding down the mid lane, it's going to turn into a couple turrets for Tilt.
It's a full frontal assault here. I mean, in fairness, they're saving the bot lane turret for a little bit of time. This is targeted, flash expended, and yeah, that amount of time they were saving has been short-lived.
That was a pretty nice Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and a nice finish. Shaibu's shown up in the mid lane, Hacky a few seconds behind, so we need some form of engage, but Katasek is down. You already know, Tilt as a Service, they have engaged for days. Sleepy Trouble Bubble for one, Paranoia on one side, and Death Realm on the other. There is no place that Panic Flash are safe.
It's an absolute slaughter. It is 4 members falling, and not a single one from Tilt as a Service goes down. The base being broken 20 minutes into this game here, dear. Tilt as a Service. They warmed up in game number 1, but here in game number 2, they're here to party. They're here to play. And boy, are they doing exactly that.
First inhibitor going to fall, and they back right off, knowing that Baron is available. Something that'll really help them take out the next 2 inner towers, the inhibitor towers, rather, and subsequently likely end the game. I don't see this one going 2 Barons, Rudude, unless Panic Flash are able to manufacture the best public execution play of their life.
Yeah.
This is a best of 1.
It would be the best public execution play probably of League of Legends history. If they were able to find their way back into this game. I'm just going to be honest. This is looking tricky across pretty much every single front.
Especially here in the jungle. The jungle that is no longer belonging to Panic Flash. Tough way to go.
I don't
But it's
think
the
it
right
has
play
for a
for
while.
Tilt as a service.
Yeah. Now, the thing here, Panic Flash might be able to work their way towards the dragon. They see that the Baron is being taken. They could deny the soul for another 5 minutes, but nobody really can leave the base. So I think it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal here for Tilt as a Service, and they'll be able to find pretty much everything they're looking for.
Baron goes down. See if Dragon is the next focus. Right now, it looks like a quick reset is in order to see what items we go next. That's double needlessly large rods for both Pepic and Haki.
Wow. Yeah, that's some good damage. And, you know, Haki does... he's built his 1 tank item. Instead of deciding not to die, he's just going to kill everybody faster, which we can respect the... We can respect the mentality of trying to go for a death cap. And obviously, if they get to recall again this game, then they'll find themselves with a lot of power after they've done so. But I do feel like this game could very well be finished before they are given that luxury. Use this Baron to pretty good use. I think Haki's probably going to break open the base in that top lane. Mid lane's already broken open. Maybe they send the rest of the members down to that bot side, or maybe they just group as 5 and honestly put Panic Flash out of their misery.
Yeah, it does seem like that's the play. Aqua Sound doing the red buff right now does actually need to group up with the team if they want to end this game, because we've got a flank and a public execution
hello.
found by Katasek. It is onto the back line, and we've got Aurelion Soul all over this shutdown onto the bot lane of Tilt as a service, but Pepic still answering this back as Haki 1v3 in between the Nexus towers picks up 2 kills and will help move the team on forward. Double kill for Haki. Pepic gets rid of that pesky Ambessa, and now it's going to be Tilt as a service moving up 2-0 on the day.
A 26-6 kill score. 52, so 16,000 gold lead in a 24-minute game. That's pretty good. I'm going to be honest. That is pretty solid. Tilt as a Service will definitely take that, and I think they'll be more than happy to move through the rest of today. They booked their spot in the quarterfinals. They'll be more than happy with that. And again, this game number 3 that we're going to get to see now has a lot of stakes on it. Who is going to get the opportunity to play in that best of 3 up against Tilt as a Service? Will DDD have an opportunity to defend their 2nd place from last innings, or are they going to be sent home early? And we see another bout, another good effort here on the flip side.
Well, I've got good news for you, Rudude. There's no ties.
No, there aren't.
That's the thing we've really sorted out here. We don't have to open that rule book. We know that Tilt as a service are moving forward. And I'm not sure, based on game 1, game 2, Panic Flash, I'm not sure if it's a compositional thing or just a not banning Mordekaiser, because Haki wasn't able to take as much control of the game in game 1. But this is a much more convincing game from my perspective, every single lane, than it was in game 1. And I'm expecting DDD to feel a lot more comfortable moving into their matchup against Panic Flash than they were into Tilt as a service.
Yeah, I mean, just the transitive properties, right? If DDD took 44 minutes and held on for that long, and Panic Flash sort of crumbled inside 22 minutes, your expectation is that Panic Flash won't be able to do nearly as well up against DDD in this case. DDD coming in, you would feel like as a little bit of the favourites, that they've got a little bit more of an opportunity to take this game than they did in the game that we just got to see, or that they lost in game number 1 even.
Yeah, I really I did enjoy, like we said, there were some good news stories that we saw out of Panic Flash. The Aurelian Soul was actually played quite well. We had Shaibu's sitting back and I would say in such a difficult position, actually doing rather well themselves. The bot lane did not have any real problems. We did see that one bait, that one misstep, and other than that, we're
Mm.
probably the most stable lane. And from a jungle perspective, I honestly can't say anything bad about Cadlasec simply because the lanes were falling apart by the time that Ambessa really got to be a champion.
Yeah, as jungle Ambessa, you kind of want to be level 6. By the time we reached level 6, some of the lanes had already kind of been decided. I will say there was a small misstep walking into Mordekaiser on that top side is the one negative if I had to find one. But I mean, that's like you say, the lane had largely been determined before that. And maybe that's just a little bit of the reality check that we didn't realize that we needed.
Yeah, you can see it on your screens now exactly what we were talking about. The bracket will finish us off by pitting the two teams that have fallen against Tilt as a service against each other to decide who has that honor once again. DDD's game did go quite a long time. Their draft did have perhaps a few more tools to deal with Tilt as a service as well. One of the things we really noted in this game, particularly, is that it was all up to the Ambessa, who had to hit 6 and then tear the game apart. By the time she hit 6, didn't really work out. I think draft did play a significant role in how much quicker this game went for Tilt as a service against Panic Flash.
Absolutely, right? Like that's that's without doubt a case, and I think that even those drafting ideals could be called in this third game to see sort of whether or not there's an advantage that goes from one side to the other. I would really like to think that the ideas of who can draft better are going to be pretty important. I do believe we have got an interview ready, so let's bring them on. Let's see. Pepik, welcome.
Hey!
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see
Pe-
you too. After two pretty good games, I'd say. Flawless on the Zoe, pop off on the Victor. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I wouldn't say flawless on the Zoe. I was messing up so bad, but somehow it kept working.
Yeah, and no, I mean, it was very exciting. I wanted to know, like what made you pick Zoe in this composition? Like, at what point did you decide that? Was it a call from your teammates? And had you played much Zoe beforehand?
Beforehand, no, but I used to play her like a couple of years ago a lot. And yeah, basically she's like one of the best picks into a soul, right? So just immense kill pressure. And yeah, I kind of wasted it, but I killed my opponent a couple times, so it was success.
Yes.
That's really good. We've seen some good things from you so far. I mean, with like the Victor, you had a pretty rough laning phase, getting camped quite frequently. Ori shockwaves, no flash. Like you bounced back really, really well. Are control mages your go-to style of fashion in the mid lane, or is this reserving your style of Yone, Akali, something like that we could maybe look to see later on in the tournament?
Yeah, I would say control mages are my preferred like champions. I like to play like Yone, Yasuo, but I usually int on those, so I'm forbidden from picking
He's just
them.
like me.
Yeah.
So
We'll do the
so
same
in
thing.
before this tournament, you had let us know that you're being forced to participate by a friend. What did this deal look like? What are you getting out of this tournament?
Yeah. So one of my other friends who's playing League a lot, basically he played Outer Wilds, and I've been trying to convince him to play it for a long time, and basically everyone else because it's the best game ever. And finally,
Mhm.
he played it, so I had to participate.
Okay, that is a good game. I honestly, it's a worthwhile sacrifice, and you're doing very well.
Yeah, thank you.
This is true.
All right. Well, I know that you guys have a game break right now between here and the quarterfinals. So rest up, maybe watch the VOD, but we are going to get the other game underway pretty shortly. So we're gonna have to let you go. Thank you so much for the interview, Pepik, and good luck in the quarters where we'll see you next.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
All right, Rooted. Oh, Pepik's a nice guy. You know what?
Yeah.
It turns out that winning makes you pretty happy. Pretty
Yeah. I wonder if anybody's worked that out yet.
Yeah, it like this really working out well for Tilted Service. Now I do hear that we have a second interview
Mm.
that we can actually hear from. So
We've got a
before
second
we
just
go
to
to the
set it
break,
up,
we're gonna chill out,
which is
see
good.
who else we've got to talk to, because you know what I forgot to ask Pepik. I forgot to ask how long they've been playing. I'll ask them later.
We'll work
But
it out.
I mean, you know, when you have Zoe as a pocket, it's
Yeah, it's a good while.
yeah, you've been playing.
Remember, Zoe's not a new champion anymore, guys.
Oh God,
Zoe is indeed an old champion.
where does the
Sorry
line
as
of new
well.
champions stop?
There we go. You know,
Like to
the issue with living in like a country where the sun is quite fluctuating is that sometimes it just goes dark, and that's affected my lighting quite significantly there. But we found a fix, which is nice.
Nice.
You played for a good while. Are you longer or shorter than I've been playing?
I think I'm shorter than you've been playing. You know how you asked
Yeah.
about the champions earlier? I
Yeah.
remember Rek'Sai's release.
Rek'Sai was your first release. Wow. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Just honestly, not a lot shorter. I remember Rek'Sai, but my first one was Gnar.
Oh wow! Wait, how many champions before Rek'Sai was Gnar? Must be like I want to say
I don't
two.
know. Yeah, probably not that many. Honestly,
Yeah.
that's a question for the break. We'll work that one out later on, and we'll see if our next victim of the interview cycle is going to have a better answer than us.
So here's my question. Here's my question for you.
Uh-huh.
Where is the cutoff for new champion? I'll tell you mine after you tell me yours.
Oh,
Like
so
what
champion's
what
still
you think
new?
of as a new champion? Yeah.
What do I think is a new champion? Okay, Neela.
Neela. Okay.
Neela.
Okay.
I don't know.
You-
Neela's
you-
still a new champion. That's quite old, but I do still think Neela. Like they're relatively new.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. Like my answer is way more ridiculous. I think that you're in the realm of sanity here. I do think that it helps that you basically don't see Neela played. Like,
Yes.
and so
You
like
will
every
actually
time
never
you
see
see her,
this
you're like,
champion.
oh, it's like fun, new.
If I
Yeah.
picked a champion either side of Neela, maybe not. You're right.
Yeah.
What's your answer?
This is just my instinct, just to be clear. This is not my data-driven opinion. This is my like when I see the champion, I go, oh, it's a new champion. I still think of Xayah and Rakan as new champions.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like in my head, they're just like classed as new AD carry.
That's funny.
Yeah.
They've been in the game for probably longer than League of Legends has been a thing. Like as in more than half of that, sorry.
Yes,
So like
yes.
more than half of League of Legends time is what I meant. I remember Kai'Sa Xayah meta in season 8. That is my
Mhm.
like and the fact that was season 8 and that's like, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember Tyler 1 changing his IGN to season 8 is so fun because of how bad it was to begin with, and then it turned out that season 8 was AD carry meta and Ardent Sensor meta and like all the actual fun stuff. But
Ardent
yeah.
Sensor is actually that was a go meta. I miss Ardent Sensor meta.
Yeah.
I miss rushing to a single item and then winning the game.
Yeah, unless your AD
Yeah.
carry picked somebody who didn't like Ardent Sensor, and then you would just
Yeah.
struggle.
Well, sometimes my AD carries in 2026 still troll, just in different and less fun ways. So,
That is true. And then you don't, well,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't have to build Ardent Sensor for them anymore, which is nice. And you don't have to just build Redemption for them either, which is even better than last year.
that's true. I thought we were going to go into this year. I thought we were going to go into a straight Bandle Pipes meta.
Well, we did, and then they
while-
nerfed it immediately.
Yeah,
So
yeah. They learned their lesson.
they knew very quickly what not to do. I mean, there are still some good Bandle Pipes champs, but it's just now a little bit more niche, quote unquote.
Yeah,
Ideally.
I like building it. It's good. It's a good.
I don't think I've
it's
ever
good
built it,
enabling
but I'm an AD carry player, so if I build Bandle Pipes, people ping me.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the fact that it the fact that it has like the different ranged and melee interactions is kind of fun. But you know, you can hear us reminiscing, talking about the future of League of Legends, the present, whatever it may be, on the other side of the break, because our interview is no more. So we are going to see you for our final best of one in just a few minutes.
I've seen relics of kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander. It beckons me Erase the cracks on the floor tonight. Neon shadows dance in the broken light. A heart beats loud, but it's out of sync. Lost in the rhythm, I can't quite dream. The air is heavy, it pulls me in. Pull me in that twisted maze. Glow, glow, shadow glow, falling deeper. I don't know. Glow, glow, shadow glow, pull me under. Don't let go. A mirror screams, but it's not my face. Reflections twist in a fevered haze. The crowd is asleep, but I'm still alone. Chasing whispers, I'm never alone. Yeah, it's heavy, it pulls me in. Pull me in that twisted maze. Glow, glow, shadow glow, falling deeper. I don't know. Glow, glow, shadow glow, pull me under. Don't let go. Shadow glow, falling deeper. I don't know. Glow, glow, shadow glow, pull me under. Don't let go. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. it's bad, but I can't help myself. When I feel sad, I escape from my sense. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance, that's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay, stay, stay. A cheering melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason, the music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason, the music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason. I see the signs when I stay in my shell. As soon as I'm sad, I tend to build a fence. That's when I need tunes to keep.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Veeam Weekend Esports Cup. I'm still Dia. We've still got Rudude, and we have another best of one ahead of us to round out the group stage before we move into the quarterfinals of the day, Rudude. We'll leave it there. After the quarterfinals, well, we will have plenty of games tomorrow to play through to find our champion. But for now, we're moving into DDD versus Panic Flash, and I've been reliably told that they've got the draft up.
Yeah, so we'll hop straight into that. Wukong taken on the board nice and early. Panic Flash going for MF Leona, a tried and true kill lane duo. You will be looking for aggression, looking to make things happen down there. And for me, you know, this gives you the opportunity now to really go for a solid carry jungler with the Leona in your back pocket. Something to set up that roaming duo. Jungle support can go in, can invade, can be really devastating. So if you can get an opportunity like that on your side, that would be really solid.
We're picking Ashe here, surely. I mean, we've already got all of the best things to go with Ashe, but
Whoa.
I suppose not. We did actually see Brand banned away from DDD in their first game, so this could be the tech.
We could indeed. Now, this could very well be Seraphine bot as the carry. And then Brand fluctuating between mid and support depending on where those bans are being focused. If it is Seraphine bot, I'm a big fan. I've been an enjoyer of Mage's bot lane since sort of season 8-ish, since Ziggs had his time in the sun down there. And Seraphine is no slouch in that bot lane role either. It just makes any sort of bot lane uninteractable, right? It's the Anivia of bot lane, where you just do nothing and then you end up being a menace as you move later on into the game.
You will be having to deal with the promise of a misfortune there later on, which, to be honest, Seraphine also deals with pretty darn well, which is the terrifying thing. Is like, yes, misfortune is a good team fighter, but if you do end up picking a Seraphine bot lane, that's kind of all right. Nico is the big question mark for me here. There is a lot of great engage and chain CC on Panic Flash that they can use to disrupt DDD, but I am loving both of these compositions with how they've shaped up so far.
Yeah, this is full engage, full wombo combo. Give me like Malphite top lane. Give me something in the jungle that can combo very nicely with all of this. And then let's see where DDD look to go with that. You can see the bands of Tristana and Xayah. They're trying to get rid of those disengaged marksmen. But I do think this Seraphine could be focused on that bot role. So these marksman bands, maybe not the greatest, but even Silas here taking away the Seraphine ulti adds into the wombo combo. Get to give him the Wukong, adds into the knockups, the chaining of CC that Panic Flash have got here. Their team fighting is going to be very, very difficult to play against.
I really like Panic Flash's draft. They basically went, we didn't have a whole lot of engage tools last game. Let's draft a bunch of engage tools this game. And You mentioned the Silas takeaway on the Seraphine. Silas is also just a great pick to deny a Silas mid lane into a Nico and a Leona and a Misfortune. All great ults to be able to take away and use yourself. Vhagar on the other side, if we go 40 minutes, is Jesus. There's no way around that.
It's going to be devastating to try and play against. You're not wrong. And as Susan locked in, very nice.
Okay.
Alrighty. So we have got the little bit of spice that we were looking for on that top side. They are going scaling here. The double stackers in the solo lanes, which means it's Seraphine Brand bot lane, maybe, or maybe Seraphine Vhagar bot lane, actually not sure. And then Nasus Wukong top side, which is a very lethal 2 versus 2, in fairness. Rounded out with what looks to be a Mordekaiser. So not the fully fledged team fight wombo combo with the Mordekaiser getting locked in, but definitely something that can do enough work to separate out one of these many mages.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser pick is very funny to me, especially given what we saw from Shaibu's last game.
Yeah.
Had to sit against the Mordekaiser for so long, and now has gone, you know what?
This
You
champ's
know who I
OP.
can play into another Juggernaut? Yeah, I'm gonna slam this and see what I can turn around.
And I think the Mordekaiser has a much better matchup versus the Nasus than it does versus a Darius. So I'd like to think that Shaibu this time will have a slightly better run of things, a slightly better hold over how that top lane goes, because that really felt like the first piece of many to crumble in that game, but it certainly didn't help. Whereas if that top lane was a little bit more stable, the game could have gone completely different. So we'll see if Shaibu can change their course for this game and whether or not they end up pulling out a little bit more of a stable side on that top lane. And if that is the case, then hopefully we get to see a much closer, again, entertaining match like we got from game number 1.
You know, you've talked in both drafts so far, in both games so far, about ease of execution.
Would you like me to do that again?
Thinking about what are you thinking about that topic out of this draft?
Okay, Panic Flash do have slightly easier composition to execute. That they press their R buttons, the enemy team dies. Period. End of sentence. To give DDD a hope, a prayer, and anything, something that they can latch onto and assure themselves that they've got a hope in this game as well. If we make it to the late game, Panic Flash's comp isn't amazing. They've got a Misfortune who notoriously a really weak late game champion. I think in this game is actually going to be pretty useful. But they've not really got a way to deal with a Nasus sort of walking through them. They've got enough CC, but I don't know if they've got the damage to deal with Nasus, which is my concern. So I do think that DDD are going to be in a good position as this game gets a little bit later. They themselves have got a lot of good AoE CC in the Encore, in Wukong, in the cage and the zoning tools that offers you as well. Whether you're caught inside it or caught by it, you have enough CC there and zone control to be able to do some good work also. So navigating those team fights isn't going to be as easy for Panic Flash as it might first appear if DDD can get those ultis out.
Yeah, what's really scaring me about DDD is that in skirmishes, especially, they have 2 infinitely scaling champions and a lot of ways to slow you down or stun you.
Yeah.
If we're seeing skirmishes, I can't help but feel like DDD have got a composition that is second to none.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that the sort of short order trades, the 2-3 versus 3s, probably DDD favored. The second Panic Flash get 5 people on a screen, though, I'd like to put them with a slightly easier composition to try and execute. That's my breakdown of things for this third and final game. I mean, you're quite right. Like trying to walk through constant Seraphine slows, potentially stuns, Brand slows, Vhagar cages, and then you're probably going to have to tank walking through Nasus E just to slap your armor that little bit more. It is going to be difficult. So the walk in isn't going to be easy for Panic Flash, and if they find a good angle to get in, then they'll be fine. But if they can't find that, that's then where the problem lies.
Yeah, and with the Silas as well, I'm gonna be really interested in what Kadlisek ends up being able to do in this game. Ambessa last game, not so fantastic. As we mentioned, by the time that he hit level 6, the map had sort of melted, crumbled, whatever disintegration word you want to use. This time around, I think you should have an easier time, especially given that level 6 is where DDD have a massive power spike themselves. So you should be able to, in theory, get to level 6 as a Silas without too many issues.
In theory, is the hope. Now, not too sure if this Silas is going to have as big an impact in this game as it might have liked. Obviously, Silas, I think this game going into the jungle is going to be in a pretty good spot to make it there, regardless. But trying to get in as this one melee who doesn't have like a true way in, like the rest of the team are quite easy to make their way through, whether you're doing it as Nico or as Leona. Silas is very skill shot oriented in that sense. He's got to land the E to get into the backline. Yes, Leona's got to do the same, but she can fire a stun to do it first. So I think I'm going to be worried for the Silas, maybe a little bit more so than any of the other characters for this game.
And having a mid laner who, as we talked about, that sort of mid jungle combination in Nico is going to be an interesting combination for them as to who actually takes that initiative. Again, last game it was so clearly Ambessa that had to do it every single time. Now with Nico, you do have the alternate way of fishing for roots and pop blossoms on top of what Leona already brings to the fight. Again, if Leona is there, because we do have to wonder, are we skirmishing? Are we team fighting? What does that mean about each team? For the moment, I'd also throw out there that Panic Flash should have a slightly easier time around, I want to say, like earlier fights. But even then, I'm thinking about it, and you've got push in a lot of lanes. I'm not sure whether either of these teams have clean access to Dragon or Rift Herald scrubs.
Yeah, it'll come down to who it is that's winning out in the laning phase, which is scary and not scary at the same time. If you're winning, it's not scary. If you're losing, then that's the devastating part. So we'll keep our eyes out for which lane can get that push. And obviously, we got a little bit of a look at who it was that was going to be playing in each of the roles, especially from Panic Flash last time. StreamB going to be taking to that top side once again. And I think that the common factor of games is that pretty much everybody struggled in that top lane, whether they were against the Ornn, whether they were against the Mordekaiser, that they struggled. So this might be a little bit more of a tame top lane matchup where it doesn't just completely snowball out of control very early on. I'm sure that both of our top laners are going to be very grateful for that.
Yeah, this is something where you can actually, like, realistically play League of Legends now. I know that is something that, especially with the Poppy pick that we saw late in game number 1, really just it had its moments. We hit a couple of keepers' verdicts, but outside of that, Poppy was just not the focus of the game, especially when you had a Draven who's chilling, having a great time, a Master Yi who you also can't stop. And then, the Darius and Mordekaiser matchup where you get relegated to the same or greater irrelevance when you pick Juggernaut into Juggernaut and just lose the Juggernaut matchup. Like, these are champions that are meant to face check, stat check each other. And unfortunately, when you get behind, you just get further and further.
Yeah, it's a really rough matchup to begin with on that top side. And I mean, it's going to be probably the same sort of thing this time around where if the Nasus gets ahead, he'll just steamroll you. If the Mordekaiser gets ahead, same sort of thing. And the room for outplay potential is pretty low. It does just become a sort of stat check as you move later on into the matchup, because outside of dodging Mordekaiser spells, you're not dodging anything from Nasus. Maybe you could walk off of the E a little bit sooner and space out his Wither, but whether you like it or not, he's going to auto you. He's going to throw some Qs in there as well. And there's no dodging aspect of this. There's no counterplay to that. It's just get slowed and eat the damage, and whether or not you can do enough damage back.
Yeah, this is our final best of 1 of the day. I think that's worth remembering, is that while we've had BO1s up until this point that have put Tilt as a service surely into the quarterfinals that'll be coming up next, we've also got this last match to determine who goes up against them. Both these teams have to rise to the challenge, of course, of beating each other now,
Mm.
but also be thinking about the game that they have next against Tilt as a Service, who will be in that playoff bracket starting at 4. Or I
Yeah.
suppose starting later now.
Yeah, yes. This
Checks
game,
watch.
well, we were supposed to be in the quarterfinals by now. We've been plagued a little bit
Mhm.
by technical issues. I think they've had to remake the lobby for this game, so they're going through the in-game champ select, and then they'll get us into the game, hopefully, without too many problems from there. But we are still in for just a little bit of time, making sure that we can take a look, at the standings for today. Obviously, I think Group A is probably in their third game right now, so the A stream will be working their way to finding their second, maybe even their first quarterfinal team. And then obviously we've got the best of threes after this as well. So lots of action still to come for you. Potentially 4 more games still underway, which obviously going to be exciting and definitely something that we want to keep our eyes open for. I think that waiting for Tilt as a Service, or being a member rather of Tilt as a Service in the final this game as well, very valuable to you to get to unpick who it is on the enemy teams that are able to do the heavy lifting, because this is going to be a game obviously where it doesn't feel like that top lane is going to warp the map quite as necessarily or quite as largely. So we'll see whether or not they can glean any other information out of this match itself, especially for DDD as well. Reminder of their previous stakes coming into this, formerly runners-up in this tournament last time out.
Well, we've actually got a moment as this game gets started as well. I'd love to see what's going on over on the A stream, just because we do have really important matches being played over there as well when it comes to quarterfinal seeding, when it comes to who we are likely to see in the finals. A reminder that our defending champion, Rule 34 Urgot, is playing through the bracket that is over on the A stream as well. DDD, the team that picked up second the last time we had one of these tournaments, now has already fallen to Tilt as a Service. So we could very well have a new challenger rising up, and very curious to see how that looks,
Yeah.
both in what could be a rematch today in the quarterfinals, or even tomorrow when one of the teams that we're seeing from Group B is almost sure to go up against Rule 34 Urgot.
I mean, I did take a look at the rosters, and I think that Rule 34 were a team that you said had made a lot of roster changes. Now that the relative strength of that roster itself seems to have, it seems on average, looking at their current ranks, that might be a little bit lower than some of the teams that we've got in this group here. So whether they are able to make it back to the final is an entirely different question. Obviously, the burden of competition, the idea that they've played a lot more together, will be pretty useful and definitely pretty solid to hammer home. But looking across the rest of the rosters, I think the fact that we've got somebody in our group, obviously from Tilt as a Service, who's Master, formerly Grandmaster, just hasn't played this split. That's looking like across the board the by far and away highest rank that I can see from the other group. We've got a Diamond mid laner in Katsi from Rule 34 Urgot, and then looking across the rest of them, Team Play Potato Squad. Looks like Potato Squad do have a formerly Masters player, but currently sat in Diamond 2. I've been there. Currently struggling my way through Platinum right now, or Emerald right now. So, we're all in that same boat. But I think that this group feels just a little bit more difficult to play through as Group B.
Yeah, this is definitely a group that has tested teams that perhaps expected to have a little bit of an easier time, and we'll see how it continues to do so in this third and final game of the group stage before we move on to those quarterfinals that we mentioned earlier. A quick update on StreamA as well, as I've taken the liberty of checking them out. They are in the middle of their second game of these best of ones, so still making their way through that. Rule 34 Urgot are going up against Q Team Play right now, and we are 18, almost, we're coming up on the 20-minute mark into the game.
Okay. And as we
There's an
dial back
echo
in
that game.
for StreamB, we'll hope to get the overall setup for you guys, so that we're fully aware of all the bits and bobs, who's playing who, what teams, and all that good stuff. But the blue side is DDD, red side Panic Flash. There's a Seraphine brand bot lane, so as you imagine here, with the Seraphine being the carry role, the brand supporting down on that bot side, and I think the highlights of here for Warnays will be really important. Any champion that provides slows, Seraphine definitely going to be one. But building that rally
One of the things that I just because in all good fun, I'd like to point out we still haven't turned off streamer mode. That's all good, Seraphine. No issues there. I have not a single problem. Top side, a bit of a problem. Remember, we still have that. Shibu's looking for redemption this time on the other end of the Mordekaiser matchup, being the one to deal the Mordekaiser, not to take the Mordekaiser. We did have an early gank from Katasek in the mid lane as well, just popping through after he's finished clearing his top side, and now moving towards the blue buff. Something we got to keep in mind is Scuttlers, which should be traded just 1-for-1, given that our junglers have cleared in opposite directions. Seraphine bot lane still doing quite well, and everybody going to be, at least for the early section of the game, chilling. Worth noting that Shibu's did take an early recall on Mordekaiser just to make sure that he's got the extra dueling power.
Taking a look at who it is on board of Seraphine so that we may flame them. Slash not actually flame them, but know how I could maybe better refer to them through the remainder of the game as opposed to just Seraphine, as Neff has turned nicely streamer mode off and is no longer being referred to as Orianna / Vigar as they were from previous. Nevertheless, we get to see the Seraphine doing lots of really good work down on this bot side. So much good work, in fact, that they opted for a cull on Seraphine. Not a typical item purchase, and the AD is going to be helpful for last hitting, but definitely not something that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I'm my best guess here is that it's a little Nausea, and whoa, we are we're panic flashing forward. That is a brand without flash who did it to complete the combo. We've got blood drawn on the top side as well, as Shibu has already found the first kill on the opposing top laner. Might take down the jungler as well, but Demon Chinchilla will walk out of that, and Shibu will do the same.
Yeah, I mean, would have done. If they'd landed that Q there, I think Demon Chinchilla would have been destined for the same fate as their top laner, which, pretty scary thought, honestly. For DDD, really good to see that there's a good amount here of Shibu knowing, well, the Mordekaiser absolutely battered me in game number 1. Let me see what I can do. And in the second game that they get to play today, putting a pretty good stamp on the Mord so far.
Yeah, it turns out Mordekaiser might just be busted, guys. We'll see how that continues to age, but right now, winning a 1v2 when we're not even at level 6s yet is a great way to start the game for Panic Flash, especially after the way that last game went. You want every win you can possibly grab, and they get chew across the map.
Mordekaiser is busted, more at 11. And Shibu, continuously landing these death grasps and able to put a good amount of damage down onto Yeti. Now, I will say, I'm really looking at the build path for Shibu in this game, because I think that especially versus a Nasus, anti-healing is going to be very important. This is a champion that as he moves through the remainder of the game will be able to sustain his way up and probably start to tank through some of the Mordekaiser's damage. Not only that, but we see Seraphine on the enemy team as well, which is a absolutely brutal champion to play against with no anti-heal.
Somebody, perhaps multiple people, have got to be sure to buy anti-heal this game. And for Mordekaiser, it is kind of awkward because you're likely not going to be applying it to everyone, but when you are focusing one person, that's really what's going to matter the most to him.
And the sad thing is that the Seraphine is going to be able to heal that person because of the insane aura like radius on surround sound.
We do have some nice flashes expended bot side. That was a clean execution on a gank from Rosencrantz. Great Nico play and sets up yet another victory for Panic Flash.
And I'll remind people as well, this isn't relevant for this exact moment because we're not late enough into the game, But at a certain stage in the game, the waves just stop spawning 3 melee creeps. So even if you count 3 melee creeps, it's not guaranteed that the Nico's not one of them anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is going to be an extra thing, unfortunately, that you've got to track against Nico. This is a bit awkward, as actually a really nice encore lands, but it kind of doesn't do much, given the fact that Artie had already flashed away from the engage before. Crash Alex gets out of this as well. I love the look from Little Nasia trying to answer back on the engage, but Misfortune and Leona just end up having a little too much space.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a 1v2 where you burn double flashes from the enemy bot lane. Like, I'm taking that. Found the Seraphine here, feeling pretty confident about that, and definitely not too sad about it whatsoever.
Blossom in the mid lane, unlikely to be a kill threshold, especially as Rosencrantz does walk into the baby cage. Trying to get out now, will actually flash to avoid the extra damage out of the event horizon.
Yeah, I think they'd have had to flash eventually anyway. The W coming down, probably connecting. Hold on, another fight in the jungle.
This time Katasek, the one in trouble. Demon Chinchilla does have to disengage as up towards the top side. Shybooz is the one that had lane prio. With the Void Grubs still a consideration. Spawning just now. They are unlikely to be taken with both junglers in the area, but something we do have to look out for.
Let's look at the minimap here. Rosencrantz pathing his way down towards that bot side. Probably going to become a minion. Probably look to try and make another play happen. Down in that bot lane has just transformed.
There he goes.
Into a minion. Are we going to see Seraphine One Ace find themselves in another little bit of trouble? Looks like yes, they've spotted it out this time. I saw a ping on the minimap. They know.
Everybody backing off, and now it's a matter of, how much time do you really invest in this top lane. Things are not exactly going poorly, so I guess there's no rush to go back mid, but the event horizon, baby cage, everything gets thrown out. Dark Matter connects. Demon Chinchilla gets death realmed and taken out with a slap to the face by a mace. Neffy does really want to do something, but is a very early game Veigar. We got a Nasus ghosting over here.
Here we go.
Finds the slow. Might actually be able to find some kills here. Second auto would just do it. The Q connects, and Yeti finds their first kill of the game.
And while all of this was happening as well, massive fight down on the bot side. Rosencrantz stuck around in that bot lane despite being found out. He ended up falling, but then as a response, Ardad Raya did end up taking out Seraphine. So a big response on both sides there. Adadria making a little bit of a payment toward Rosencrantz there as they sacrificed quite a lot from the mid lane to make something happen. But in the meantime, Neff was fighting the entire time anyway, so not too much gained from that Veigar, other than the fact that they were able to not spend their time dead.
It is worth really emphasizing what you mentioned, though. There is a sacrifice. Oh,
well played.
That's really good.
That's
That's
blind.
really good.
Like, just did that absolutely blind. Threw a Q over the wall. Yoink. TY.
TY. I know that we can actually see the player chat, but how amazing would it be if he actually typed it?
Yeah, and that's like, I feel like that's the type of thing that you can say, like TY for leash,
Mm-hmm.
On
You gotta
one
remember
grub,
that it's like people you
sure.
work with, so it's like.
I would say that to you in a game. I work with you,
That's true. That's true.
And
I'd
that's,
hate you with a, as per my previous email.
let's circle back to these grubs later on.
Yeah.
That's a new job. You have to try and find a way to incorporate as much corporate jargon as possible. Oh.
Mm-hmm. That was a kind of out of nowhere kill. I mean, it does also show Demon Chinchilla's up towards the top side of the map, so this will be traded. Panic Flash, really nice job on the instant macro capitalization. They know that there's no jungler here, and this objective is ours. It does signify a slightly bigger issue for Panic Flash, though. If Demon Chinchilla's just killed your top laner, Yeti is getting some alone time.
Yeah, Nasus and alone time with turrets is not typically good for the team that is not Nasus. So Yeti going to be very happy. 186 stacks currently. Now, bearing in mind that they obviously struggled their way through a large portion of the early game, getting solo killed and very nearly losing out on Demon Chinchilla as well in that early fight. But, you know, has so far been able to turn it around, put in a pretty good shift in that top side, and should now be in that position where they can really easily stack.
I liked the idea from Rosencrantz, but unfortunately we are now out of mana and out of health. That was good waiting, good patience by Demon Chinchilla. And something tells me we're going to see that interaction again.
It's unfortunate because that's just a traditional gameplay loop for Veigar, is try and stack off of the first 2 minions in the wave. And then Nico just happens to be one of the first 2 minions, so she unintentionally takes the first 2 spells, and then just QR from Nerf is more than enough to find a response back. Now, what we didn't see but was off screen is that Yeti did end up actually falling to Shibu, so all of those things about it being a little bit easier, maybe not quite the case, but it's also worth remembering that Yeti hadn't actually recalled, so spent a little bit too much time on that top side, not quite playing with the necessary tempo.
Nasia doesn't quite connect with the CC out of Seraphine, and unfortunately takes quite a chunk for that. Like you mentioned, though, the healing from Seraphine is going to not just help in the team fights later, but even now in lane, just a little over a wave off until Cull pops for Seraphine and ends up letting Nasia collect a bit more of a power spike, depending what we end up picking up early in the game. Do have to be careful. Kadlasek is in the area.
Lands
Nice.
the root.
That's a kill. 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 Oh my god, it's a barrier. I'm tilted. It's all right.
Flash
though.
in.
Alex flashes forward. What are we doing? 370 over to the Seraphinas. 1 for 1, but
Yeah, it won't be
just
3.
like before, you burned so much as that Seraphine, you're happy.
Yeah, and in a 1v3, you'll happily take it. Finishes off another tier in the inventory. Hold on. This might actually be a really fun build path. Because if this is Diadem, this is like the juicer Seraphine build. And it makes sense as to why she'd have built the tier as the first item to begin with. Because she knew she was building a second tier later on. And if that's the case, that makes me really happy. If, however, they're looking for a mirror mana, I'm then a little bit more sad. What I am sad for, though, is the fact that Warnace is just taking 2 waves and, you know, not last hitting the creeps as appropriately as maybe you might like. And then has to flash. Yay. Good vibes.
All good. All good. Nasia's here now. It's about map pressure, Rooted.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Softening up the turret so that Nasia can get more
Whoa.
plates.
And
Oh,
we are
never
just
mind.
everywhere on the map. Warnace has died bot side. Shibu died top side ages ago. We are moving. We are moving
Yeah.
quickly, Rooted. This game outpaces us.
14 minutes, 14 kills is what we like to see. Let's keep it up. Overall, as well, worth noting, the game a lot more even than we saw in game number 2. Very much shades of game number 1, which is definitely really nice to see. As the cull does get cashed in for Nasia there, so we'll be able to work towards that diadem, presumably, a lot more easily and a lot quicker than maybe we might have anticipated. Double proto belts picked up for the Silas and the Nico here, so they'll have a little bit more opportunity to get into that backline and cause some disruption, cause some chaos for DDD.
Rift Herald's up as well, so a lot of focus going to be likely
Stun
put towards
lands.
the top end of the map. That is a stun locked for the ages. Little Nasia is going to collect the kill onto Alex, and that's the Seraphine brand experience.
Yeah, that's what you're going to get, unfortunately. Tier 2 boots not enough to get you out of one of the spells, therefore you lose and you die very quickly. Now, again, this isn't Rylai's rush for Warnos, which is sad for me, but it is something that will do lots of damage, especially to the members of the Panic Flash who are going to be building what will be a considerable amount of health.
Yeah, the ability for this team, especially coming out of bot lane. You know, mage bot sides do otherwise tend to have a little bit more difficult of a time chewing through the bigger health bars, and this helps with that. You get the percent damage over time from Brand, and all of a sudden, not having an AD carry that can do that same thing feels a whole lot better. This bot lane's still extremely comfortable, though, as even without... Oh, we're dead. We're dead. That's all good.
Hold on, there's lots of people
I also
here.
like... Oh my
There's
lord!
a Nico out of
the
nowhere.
flash under tower to take out Crash Alex, and Rosencrantz is here. Katasek might still go in as well. Looking for the Veigar. Seraphine's on patrol. Ardaya takes the different engage, but Rosencrantz is there, and Seraphine, quite squishy, may still fall, gets the shield in time. Katasek is still fighting Veigar, and we're all out, boys. We're all out.
Okay, never mind.
fine.
Never mind.
Cyber's
Yeti's found
fine.
another kill in the top lane. That's not good. But what is good is that we're back up to over a kill per minute, which is what I'm after. That is my desire. Now, Yeti claims first turret, and this is going to be once again one of those situations where, seemingly from nowhere, I think that a top laner is going to descend from the heavens, and regardless of what's happened on the map, the game is going to be difficult for the bot sides. I do think Panic Flash are in a pretty rough spot right now. Yes, they are ahead in kills, but they are behind in gold, and overall, their carries aren't particularly in the best spots. You know, 2, 3, 4 for your Misfortune. The Nico 2 and 2. Like, they're going to have to press all of their buttons really well and hope that that pans out for them. But I know that that's going to be a challenge.
And if you are a little bit behind, you just got to remember that the other team scales to infinity. So
That's true. Yeah.
you know, it's all something. Demon Chinchilla, with their trademark aggression, has returned to the bot lane, has Cyclone up, so Crash Alex does have to respect this, and does, to their credit,
Whoa.
flashing and using the barrier for extra safety.
That is very respectful, is what we'll say. I heard Nico ulti. There it is.
And there it is, Seraphine gonna die.
Alright. And you know, it's good to see that the Nico can still do some things, which is very, very important here, you know? If you can continue to do that, then good stuff. Hold on. You're just dead.
Yep, this also looking pretty good. Turns out that the Leona Silas combination pretty darn effective when it comes to finding picks. Something that Panic Flash's composition, as we mentioned, is going to be really good at. But DDD, they've got that skirmish power of their own, especially when Yeti gets involved.
Alright, well, I'm a fan of the idea that there's a comeback on the cards here. I do think they're going to have to continue to play this relatively skirmish-oriented style if they want to find a way back into this game. Otherwise, like I say, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. But it's not out of the realms of possibility just yet. We get a quick look at some of the gold leads across the board. About 1,000 gold top side, 700 gold in the jungle, 1,500 gold in the mid lane is a massive advantage for Neff. Down on that bot side, that Cull having done pretty good work as well. Seraphine Nasia finds herself about 800 gold to the good over Crash Alex here on the Seraphine, going to be providing a lot of support.
I like the invade out of Demon Chinchilla as well, just always looking for advantages. We saw the same thing on Nefiri in Game 1, and in Game 3, we are getting a lot of aggression onto Yeti. Death Realm's been used, so he's alone in here with Mordekaiser, who is not able to finish off the kill just yet. Instead, Yeti pops out, collects that one, collects a second. It's a double. It might even be a triple, as going golden Rosencrantz delays, but is unable to avoid the inevitable. A triple kill for Yeti.
I just ended up choking at how incredible Yeti just 1v3 under the top side turret, turns it around. Like, look at the items. This is a Nasus that is built for that specific 1v3. 3 mages go to the top side up against a Nasus with Spirit Visage and some Merc Treads, and they all fall. Shout out Yeti, that was incredible.
That was awesome. Like the itemization, the play underneath the tower, pretty darn good. And then as you emerge, it is a massive Nasus that comes out.
I didn't think this was the replay we were going to be seeing, I'm going to be honest.
I also did not think that.
For the first replay of the show, this is showing where Yeti came from, right? Getting solo killed in a 1 versus 2. Now he pays vengeance. He finds 3 in the 1v3.
We move back to live. Dragon has been secured for DDD off the back of that play. They're looking for a blue buff to go with it. Demon Chinchilla is certainly going to try and secure it with the Cyclone. Does help take out Katasek. And backs away. DDD up 1 kill. And I think the blue buff. I think they got it.
Important metrics. Did they get the blue buff? You see, this is the time. We've reached it here, right? There's two melee creeps now instead of the usual 3, and this is the replay that we were looking for. So Yeti gets pulled into the Death Realm, which probably saves his life, and then the Wither actually makes Shaibu within just the space of 1 Q easily fellable. Cad just doesn't quite have the damage left over. Rosenkrantz finds himself pretty much on top of the Nasus to begin with. And yeah, a lovely triple kill. Shout out to the Chinchilla for leaving it and letting Yeti get the glory. They defend the tier 1 turret as well, which is just like the super icing on the cake.
They lose basically nothing up towards that top side and have an unstoppable Nasus now to deal with. Only getting tankier by the minute, and as Nasus does, only dealing more damage as well with the ability to infinitely stack, currently at 500 stacks on the Nasus from the over 300-ish that we clocked him at earlier. Demon Chinchilla is picking another fight against Katasek in the jungle right now, and has Warnace, as always, with him. This Cyclone combination, really deadly so far. Katasek is going to take out Warnace, but answers right back for Demon Chinchilla, who flashes into the Pop Blossom, getting stunned. Yeti walks through this. Just does not have a care in the world. Pops the ultimate post-fight to go after Shaibu, and we'll see if this Mordekaiser gets to escape. Slowed down and likely to be taken out here. Rooted to add insult to injury, and they let him walk out?
No, they're in the Death Realm.
And everything?
Yeah. In the Death Realm, Seraphine still able to take it down. One final primordial burst. If I'm Alex, I'm looking at an entire team fight having just happened, and then I go, okay, surely Veigar doesn't still have ulti, and then I get ulted like that at the end. That's very sad to me.
That's tough. That's tough. Where did that tier go? That tier is, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about it later. Katasek wants to 1v3, and he gets to 1v3.
for a few seconds, yeah. The tier is still there. It's still there. It's just ticking up. She's ticking on up. It's going to be sat on 360 for a while, and I wonder if it's just going to be sitting as a tier.
He's going for it.
Never mind. There's the diadem. Good stuff.
Yeah.
This is
really
pretty,
looking forward to the
pretty
diadem.
good. I really like this build.
Yeah.
And I had no idea that I would.
As it goes, turning your terrifying team into an unstoppable nightmare with infinite healing is awesome.
Is that good? Ah, I see. Okay.
I think it might be. Yeti's shown up top side, and this game is any indication, Warnace being here to help out is just fine. Honestly, Warnace's brand has been such a funny thing to watch, because everywhere that he is, other people die. And even though his brand has been a bit awkward at times, he's in the right places. And even Chinchilla in an awkward place, perhaps even in the wrong place. But we'll see if Yeti can turn that around. Goes godlike and finds a double kill topside. So, Demon Chinchilla, I do revise that. Right place.
Right place. Sacrificed for the cause. Flame the team for letting you die. And let's just watch them carry on. I mean, the solar flare gets used. I'm gonna say it. It does nothing. And this game has very quickly almost devolved out of that close nature that the early game was. We're seeing a really nice 3-man band on this top side push their way through. Bot side, Neff uncontested, found the tier 3 turret down there. Didn't go for the inhib, but does mean that this is a really, really good position for DDD for the remainder of this game to try and close out.
Yeah, it's not our fastest game of the day, as game 2 ending at around 24 minutes currently holds that title, but it's certainly accelerating. The velocity of this game is increasing as DDD have really taken control in the last 10 minutes, largely spearheaded by Yeti, who on this Nasus as a 5th pick has done with the top lane what he wished.
Yes, yes he has. I mean, it's a good cathartic exercise as well after the Poppy game earlier on in the day. Able to have some good chances.
Flash from Rosencrantz. This is going to be a kill shortly. Seraphine extremely low and finally taken out. That gold going to Katasek, who on the Silas does need to be a big difference maker in this game and has the opportunity to do so with plays like that. He and Rosencrantz grouping up. It is Hunter to death.
It's and I think that for Kadlacek, it has been the proponent, or the recipient rather, of a lot of those big shutdowns. So getting gold there, definitely worthwhile, as Warnace is in the wrong side of the rift right now, forced to flash as Yeti shows up, pops Ghost with the dead man's plate, but I don't know if they're going to get any more.
Backing up the position. This is a bit awkward, though. Neff does get engaged on Katasek right into the back line on the Silas. Wants to assassinate Brand, but does not get the opportunity to. Frontline, Yeti is popping off against 3 people, thrown into the death realm, and does not matter. Taking down Shaibu in there is a quick thing. Demon Chinchilla is the one to collect the kill. It does not go well on either side of the fight. Nice route to come through by Nasia, and Chinchilla should be collecting their 3rd kill of the engagement, turning that into a Baron right quick.
And that is, I mean, that's maybe even just the game here. Look at the Nexus. Yeah, there's a TP coming through, gets immediately sent into the Nexus as one of the turrets has already fallen. The Baron's gonna fall. Let's pan to the Nexus, quick, go. Look at.
I mean, otherwise we might just miss the end of the game.
I think the
yeah,
game's
this
ending.
game is over before they get here. A G.
I mean, that game ended how it felt like it went for the majority of it, really. That was Yeti through and through. And, you know, he gets all the glory in the end, being able to wipe away any real hopes of a comeback there. Level 18 on the Nasus. Very well stacked up, and did an incredible job throughout that match.
And just like during the game itself, the game ends with us on the Baron, on an important objective that's happening. And then we pan over to the next most important thing that's happened during that time. Yeti, like you said, just winning the game, finding a kill. Did a lot of it off camera, to be honest, because there was so much happening on the map. But in isolation on the island, did fantastically.
Yeah, genuinely was really, really solid. Early on struggled. Obviously, Shaivel found that first kill and looked like would have been able to turn around the 1v2 as well. But then after that, a couple of little ganks, it's worth saying. Didn't come from nothing, but overall able to turn that one around. So a really solid performance by, don't get me wrong, all of DDD there.
Yeah. I mean, DDD definitely worked great as a unit, and it was nice to see them have a game where they did have a little bit more control. It took them a while to get going. Their early game against Panic Flash was pretty even, and credit to Panic Flash as well for, I mean, first time that we really saw them get to play the game in the same way, especially because their previous match was so one-sided. I think the recovery out of Panic Flash was great, and we certainly saw moments of brightness from every point in the map. We saw the kills in the bot lane, a lot of Nico roams that I loved. The Silas pick looked a lot better than the Ambessa, and up at the top side, Mordekaiser started the game off really well. DDD, you know, they played a slightly better game, they win, and that will move them on to the quarterfinals. But Panic Flash have a lot to be proud of between their first game of the day and their second.
Yeah, I think they obviously did a really, really nice job at making the attempted comebacks from game one and for standing tall for so long here in their second game of the day. So really good to see that they were able to have a good run of things throughout the day. Obviously, they come in. It's a bit of fun at the end of the day. Like they're just looking to enjoy a little bit of an afternoon, and that's what it is for them. They're able to come away. They're not going to be playing from here, but we'll bid them a very fond farewell, as it looks like we have our first team from Extreme Group A, who have made it over to our quarterfinal in quality team play.
Okay, that's good. That's good. They must be moving into what are they on break? Are they in the draft?
I don't
They're
know.
doing
I
something.
just checked the sheet, which I said quality
Okay.
team play, which is overselling them. They themselves have put the queue as questionable. So,
Okay.
so I've put too much stake in their queue there.
Well, it may very well be quality as these games that we had over here were. Let's take a look real quick because we've got an interview of DDD Panic Flash. Now that game is concluded, I want to look back on it with some of the POVs that we saw in game. Rosenkrantz, how are you feeling after that game? It was
You guys hear me?
last one of the
Because
tournament for you and
there's
pretty good
like
one.
no audio on my side.
Oh, that's all right. Well, Rosenkrantz can't hear us.
Just
I
let
can
me rejoin.
We will
because-
fill,
I
and
can
we
do
will.
something. I can think about it. We'll think about it.
Yeah.
That's me.
That's me. Hi guys. And we'll workshop. It's good to get Rosencrantz here.
Mhm.
Good to have somebody who's not been on the stream today, and that will have a little
Mhm.
bit of a different insight into how the day's gone, and with any luck here, be able to give us a sort of gauge for how long the team had been playing. Because I think that's our leading question. Seems to
Mhm.
be what is your what's the champion age that you remember? But even
Mhm.
still, a good little afternoon out, a little afternoon to play with some colleagues, play with some friends, have a good little time, and maybe come away with some into office glory.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that we had some really good moments from Rosenkrantz. Like we mentioned, on the Nico especially was quite inventive in game two
Mm.
and really did commit quite hard to set the team up. I think that was something that I really enjoyed seeing from Panic Flash was even though this was a team that was behind, they were very willing to commit to picks, whether they worked out or not. And
Yeah.
more often, they got what they were looking for. It's just a matter of how much got given back.
Yeah, they went looking for one thing, they got that one thing. The rest, though, obviously, a little bit less. Yeah, less positive things to be said about it.
That's all good. That's all good. I mean, you can't win every game,
This
and
is
like
true.
you talked about, this is a bit of fun, just to make sure that everybody in the office gets the chance to play in some good tournaments and coordinate with each other, especially because we're doing League of Legends and Dota and things like that. It is like MOBAs. I know that they're tough rooted, but they're
Yeah.
also a nice way to chill. It's a little removed.
It is. You just a good little gaming session, just in general, is always nice
Mhm.
to relax and unwind. Um,
Mhm.
Away from the stresses of day to day life, which affects plagues us all, if we
Mhm.
shall. Hopefully, we can get Rosenkrantz back. Not looking to bid the teams farewell without getting to at least give them a little bit of airtime.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, all that in office glory that we could be missing out on. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I'd love to ask about. I mean, the Asol into Zoe matchup that he
Mm,
played through game one, and then I mean, Nico into Vagar honestly was pretty non-interactive. Very
yeah.
rarely was I going, ah, yes, the Nico Vagar matchup is what this is swinging around. It was the roams from Nico, surely,
Hmm.
but
And the
not
roams from both
not
of
the
them,
lane.
I think,
Mhm.
because there were very sizably impactful fights around the map that happened on
Mhm.
both sides. So, with any luck, we'll see, and get a little bit more insight into that.
Mhm. Now, as we look forward towards the next stage of competition,
Mm.
quarterfinals as well, DDD in this game they looked good. I think we have a lot of questions about how they'll look going into the best of 3 that's coming up. But I hear we got the interview. So let's bring Rosencrantz back and hope that we've got audio. Rosencrantz, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you guys.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, I mean, congratulations on the games. It was really nice to see you guys playing on a much better game 2 as well. Like you guys really had some nice plays in game 2. I want to ask you, like, you know, now that you've played 2 games, the tournament is done for you. But how was it getting to know your team, getting to practice moving into the game day, and then actually playing with everyone?
Before we continue, I have an announcement to make because Konrad wanted me to say that after the first game, he will be filing an official HR complaint about our Moidekazer because it was someone in chat, someone in chat wrote it was a meat grinder. But yeah, a part of us getting beat up 2 times in a row, it was so much fun to be able to be the part of it, to feel the chill of like this, magic drafts you have never been participating in before. And for me, as for like a silver player, it was a really nice experience, and we all have been enjoying it immensely.
That's really good. I think that's the really good way to look at it. Sort of the camaraderie in getting beat up together is the fun part. One of the fun questions that we've asked, and this is everyone, and we're probably going to ask it to everybody else that we get as well, to sort of gauge how long people have been playing League of Legends. Is you mentioned that you were silver, so a little bit of ranked experience. What's the first champion that you remember being released? So when you first started playing, what's the first champion you remember being released?
It would have been Darius, I guess. So I'm a
Wow.
really seasoned silver guy, and this is like
Yeah.
how I like to play this game because I have been playing it for so long time now, and it's like pretty casual. I'm like talking shit with my friends on the voice chat, not paying too much attention to
Yeah.
macro and what else, but I'm enjoying it very, very much. So yeah, there is this website actually where you can make an estimation how long have you been playing LoL, and I had like 1.5 year, like
Of in-game
non-stop.
time.
I guess the time spent in the lobby counts as well, but it's like
Oh yeah.
I'm quite sure it's more than a year. Don't know how exact it is, but I wouldn't say it was a time wasted because it's at the time you're enjoying with your teammates, like can chill out, talk like stupid things, jokes and so on. So
Yeah.
yeah,
It
you
is.
you
I
guys should
noticed as well.
check it as well because it puts things in some perspective when you see that you have spent in this game like literally over a year of your life. It's it's quite amazing.
Yeah, one of the things that I found very very funny when we were doing our research before this was that you had noted that you were mid ADC, but in the second slot you were like, I'm not going to play another role. I'm going to play mid. That's what I like doing. When did you start playing mid lane, and like what champions do you particularly enjoy?
Like I've started playing mid few seasons ago. Before that, I was a professional support. Back in the days
Mhm.
where you like your job was to buy words, the pink words. That's how they were called back then. And then you had to. I can remember typing the time where the next dragon will be spawning. So
Yeah.
some good memories there. And mid, no idea, few seasons ago. And about the champions, like I had the opportunity to play 2 of my most beloved ones, so the Aurelion for the first game and Nico for the second one.
Mhm.
Maybe I didn't get the chance to like really shine in this game, but Sauheim, the beating I took graciously, and yeah, that was like I I think my opponents deserved to because we were talking in the lobby whether we are playing a fun game or giving it our all and then exposing ourselves for making you guys a bit of fun of us, because then you see that someone is trying and it doesn't coming your way. But we thought we should give our opponents the try to experience us at our finest, and sadly this was our finest.
Well, if it helps at all, we did have some really good things to say about the way you guys played in game number 2. I know that it didn't go your way, but it was obviously a much better look than game number 1. And about your Nico specifically, we thought some of the engages that you found, especially around bot lane, were really fun. So there were positive things said on the broadcast.
I was forcing
it wasn't all doom.
plays that weren't there. I was overstaying because I wanted so much to prove myself, do some crazy shenanigans, like running one way or the other, flashing, blah blah blah. But these places wasn't there, and then I overstayed. I let Veigar eat way too much, and especially they were having Nasus as well, where we also forced a play under his turret, and they failed. That's what they
did.
And we should have known better than this.
Yeah, unfortunately, you guys were put on a clock with the Nasus and the Veigar on the enemy side very, very early on. My final question to you is going to go back to that other game. I know if it's a harsh memory, I apologize for that, but the Aurelion Soul into the Zoe matchup, how did you find that? Is that something that you're typically happy with, or is that as rough as it looked usually?
It's not a matchup you will be enjoying. When you see Zoe, you have to be careful, look out for her E, because once you've hit it, that's all. And the damage I was getting after being caught there, as far as I can remember, my first death. Gosh, how does it sound? I remember my first death. It was a few minutes ago, and then I got caught, and then it went downhill. But yeah, be careful for her E, and then actually this mid could have gone a bit better if I would be a bit more. When I was playing. If I were playing a bit more securely and then just farming, because eventually in late game you should be catching up to her, but I didn't have the opportunity.
You can tell from the way that you talk that you're a very seasoned player, very you've been around a long time. You know how the matchups go, and just thank you for bringing the experience, but also the positivity that you clearly bring. Even when the games are tough, you're like, you know what, let's give it our all and have a good time together, and that's what the tournament is really about. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for the interview.
The defeats wouldn't be that hurt. They wouldn't hurt that much if I didn't knew what was happening. But being conscious in times like that really doesn't make the experience any better. But the opponents were just so much better than us. But yeah, still we were enjoying it immensely. And thank you so very much. And for your job in commenting, we will be catching up. And I'm sure you had some funny things to say, because there were funny things to be commenting on.
Yes, that we did. Well, thank you again so much, Rudude. Let's move on and talk a little bit more about the upcoming bracket that we've got now as we say goodbye to Rosencrantz. We have now wrapped up the group stages. Yeah, tell me.
I think we were cutting to the break, and we will do the bracket stuff when we get back, was what I was told.
All right. Well, yeah, I love that. That sounds like a good idea. We're going to take a quick break and follow Rudude's lead. We'll see you in a few.
with open eyes. Yeah, walk along where we once ran through streets that still hold the shape of our plans. The skyline feels like a friend I knew, holding the echoes of me and you. The skyline's glowing takes me back in time to laughter and long nights we left behind. We were young, wild under open skies, chasing horizons with open eyes. Swear it's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kinda bad, kinda good, kinda everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kinda wrong, kinda right, kinda anything, and I would change it if I could. Swear that I'm fainting, I think I'm losing my sight, I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter, I'll be dead if I take any more. to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes. Yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that Nuno? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Breathe through the fire, break the fire, chasing something true, caught in a bind. Maybe undo, cause when every core felt up, and the silence could be better, every motion falling flat, had to leave you. Caught beneath the canvas of a burning sky, dodging embers of a world on fire. Yet there's still hope when you're by my side. They say it's darkest right before the light. Stay with me tonight, far from the fading light. We can leave it all behind, just breathe and feel alive. Each passing flicker of our souls ablaze, revealing secrets to the blinding age. Light reflecting what we are inside. Let the truth be your guide. Stay with me tonight, far from the fading light. We can leave it all behind, just breathe and be alive. Stay with me tonight, far from the fading light. We can leave it all behind, just breathe and feel alive.
Would you be fine?